Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bongani Ngulunga. I'm the director of the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study. I should apologize. I should be adjust, but I arrived a few minutes ago from Devon. It's a shedding in my neighborhood, so forgive me for that. I've been asked to welcome all of you, and thank you very much for taking your time to join us in this interesting symposium on the 70th anniversary of Drum Magazine. The Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Studies based in Westin, which is effectively what? Is it a kilometer or two from Sapphire Town? And so we have had interest for a long time in a generation of cultural activists, writers, journalists, intellectuals who were based in Sapphire Town. In this symposium today are writing on some of these figures that we'll be talking about. And so we are very pleased that the Johannesburg Institute, together with the Travel Center, is hosting this two-day symposium on the 70th anniversary of Drum. And I thought I should thank especially our two main conveners, Dr. Spiro Mahala, as well as Dr. Katharina Fink, who have worked very hard to make this symposium possible. I should also just thank my colleagues, especially Vanessa Zvuile and Emilia, who also have worked overnight to make this symposium possible. And I hope we're going to have an exciting 2 days. I really look forward to it. And perhaps I should extend also a word of gratitude to Sol, who in a sense is a link, Sol Rachido, who's a link between us and that generation of the drum generation, and also perhaps to express our gratitude to our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Joe Dole. We are very honored to have all of you here, and I look forward to the 2 days of exciting conversation about this generation. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, it's such a pleasure to welcome you to a rich symposium we're going to have for commemorating, questioning, wondering about Drum at 70. I greet you here from Jayas, where I'm having the pleasure to be a fellow right now, but I also greet you from my institution in Germany, which is Iwa Leberhaus, part and parcel of the University of Bayreuth. What we want to do with this rich program, you will see it in our communication. It's 2 filled days of conversations, artistic explorations, speeches, academic papers, gatherings as far as we can do, is to really ask about what is in that myth. Drum has been so mythologized, such an icon, but we want to dig a bit deeper and looking for what are actually the transnational legacies of drum. What is West African drum? Why is it not remembered that often? How can we read its writers against the grain? How can we think about the individual voice and the collective? Can we actually talk about a generation of drum writers? and so on and so on. We also want to ask about what is that anarchistic potential that is in that very form of writing. And we are so happy, because I'm not only speaking for JAIAS and for the University of Bayreuth, but also for the Sophiatown Arts Festival. And I look to my right because some members of the Sophiatown Arts Festival are here with us. I greet Sipon Klobo and I greet Tami Mazibuko, who are also going to be part of that conference. We will take the conference to Sophiatown as much as it is possible in COVID times, and we will go back to the historical space and see what is there for the present and for the future, taking the questions we have for Drum Magazine with us, asking about the potential of journalism today. In the world we live, we need smart journalism more than ever. And also, how can we think art, education, jazz, politics, anarchy all into one. So we're so looking forward to 2 full and rich days. We can't wait. We are here with you already. Please join us on our journey. I see some of the people. I greet Siabonga, for example, in Cambridge. I see you in the Zoom call already. We're going to have a beautiful time. Now, I'm very happy that the director of the Trevor Huddleston Memorial Center is going to send a word of greetings to us. So I hand over to my dear colleague, Violet. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Violet Muhotwani. I'm a programs director at the Trevor Huddleston Memorial Center. This foundation have started now 22 years old, and we've ran number of programs on the side, helping youth, making sure that we reconnect with our past, reconnecting with the old residents of Sophiatown. Really, our aim is to keep the life of Sophiatown alive, and also just to make sure that, you know, we support all the arts and culture programs that Sophiatown was known for. You know, the fashion, the jazz, just the, you know, the style, the lifestyle that you used to find in Sophiatown, and that's the reason why we are still there. We also run the Dr. Kuma House Museum, where we have exhibitions about Sophiatown. We teach young people about the history of, you know, the Sophiatown and the country, and where we are coming from and where we are, and also open the space for the community for different developmental projects for youth in particular. Currently, we are doing youth entrepreneurship, where we help young people to start their own businesses. We provide them with mentorship, with you know, the space for office backspace where they can access Wi-Fi, or use the office, be able to use the phones until they can stand on their own. We have a number of programs where we also help young people, working with Sophiatown Arts Festival, to make sure that we bring the, you know, the community together. There are a number of projects in art, could be in music, drawing, you know, different things that we do on the center. More especially, we are very excited about, you know, the partnership that we have now with JS. And we had, you know, the relationship with UJ in the past. We're excited that we are coming together again to make sure that we continue with the work that we've been doing in the past. So this is the exciting moment for us as Trevor Huddleston Center, but more so for the community that lives in Sophiatown. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Sipho Mahala. I'm a research fellow at JIAS, and I'm also the co-convener of the Drum at 70 Symposium. Apologies for the delay. We were waiting for 11 o'clock to start our next item on the program. But before we get to the keynote speaker, we would like to take you through the program for the day so that we have an idea of what's going to be happening for the rest of the day. As I indicated, our next item, the item that we're waiting for now, is the keynote speech by acclaimed journalist, former press ombudsman, Dr. Joe Hlolwe. But before that, I will obviously introduce him, and then we will discuss his presentation. And then after that, we have a special focus on Block Modisane, one of the iconic drum writers who joined Drum magazine in 1953 and worked with them until he left the country in 1959. That was the period that Louis Ngosi describes as the fabulous decade. It was one of the most dynamic periods in the history of drum, but also of journalism in South Africa at large. So Block Modisane is one of the most versatile products of Drum magazine. He first published a short story with Drum in 1951, on the first year of its establishment. So that counts exactly 70 years since he first published his story, before he actually joined the magazine. But also Block established himself as an actor. He wrote several radio plays that were broadcast on BBC. There is so much to talk about him, but I think he's most well known for his autobiography, Blame Me on History, which happens to be celebrating also its 60th anniversary this year. So it is for that reason that today we'll have this special focus on Block. We have a number of speakers who will be speaking from different perspectives about this iconic writer from the first decade of Drum magazine. Some of the speakers would include theatre duo, that is Billy Langa and Mahlatsi Mahanyana, who will be reading from Blame Me on History. And then we'll have journalist Lucas Ledwaba, who will be speaking on Beyond the Headlines, Blame Me on History, Narrative Journalism. He himself is a really good journalist, having worked for a number of newspapers and currently running his own initiative down in Limpopo. And then there is Siyabonga Njika, an academic who is currently based in the UK. He will be speaking on replaying Block Modisane's Disc Time music columns on Drum magazine. And then the current speaker, Sipho Mahala, I'll be presenting on transatlantic bromance, the Block Modisane and Langston Hughes connection. The two had one of the most intimate yet underrated relationships of the 1960s in particular. So I'll be talking about that. And there is novelist Mputu Mindabeni, Mpush Dabeni. He'll be speaking on Blame Me on My Paradoxes, working on Block Modisane's intellectual biography. So that will be the last presentation for the day. So at this stage, without further ado, I'm gonna introduce, actually I'm gonna call upon my co-convener, Dr. Catherine Fink, who will introduce the duo that will be speaking to us about the Drum magazine and some of its personalities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, my dear co-convener, Siphiwe Mahala. It's been a pleasure already. I love that about conferences, that there's always something happening that you don't really expect. It's really nice. So it gives us a bit of space and time to actually hear from young activists in the field of literature and the arts. What does drum and its legacy actually mean today? Does it mean anything, or is it not so important because we want to build new narratives? What does drum mean? I have the pleasure to introduce you to two colleagues of mine who are active in the field of art, literature activism, and also transnational encounters, exchanges that are so important in our world that tends to get a bit more closed with the virus we're facing. For starters, I would love to call my dear colleague Tami Mazibuku onto stage here. He's the founder and curator of the impressive initiative called Soweto Book Cafe, based in Zondi. You're running a fantastic space that promotes literature, reading sessions, after-school care for children, and generally promotes the cultures of readings and discussing and storytelling in Soweto. So I'm so happy that you're here with us, live at Jayas, people. And I would just love to share the space. Perhaps you can share some of your thoughts concerning the Drum magazine and it being 70 years. And while I do that, I just saw our dear guest of honor, Sol Rachilo, who's also going to be with us throughout the 2 days that we have the pleasure to spend together. He's not coming in right now, so I will use the opportunity to introduce him proper later. So now, welcome, Tami. Thank you for being here with us. I leave the space.
Thank you, Dr. Katharina Fink. It's an honor to be here, to be part of the Drum 70th Symposium. Right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tami Mazibu. As my colleague elaborated earlier on, I'm the founder and director of Soweto Book Cafe, a community-based bookstore in Soweto. My involvement in this series of Drum 70th Symposium, I'm a researcher and part of the Sophiatown Arts Festival collective. Right, me being involved in Sophiatown, my grandmother Velma, my late grandmother Velma Malikane was born in Sophiatown, and they were moved during the 1955 forced removals to Meadowlands. When I grew up in Soweto, I learned about Sophiatown through stories, Kofifi, and that. So, not so long ago, I was fortunate enough to meet the collective, Dr. Catherine, Sipo, Ndlovu, and Yavini, to name a few of the collective of the Sophiatown collective. Me being involved as a researcher, I started reading about Ken Temba, the suit in high school. Ken Temba, one of the writers of Drum, the late Ken Temba. I read his book, The Will to Die. I read the stories, The Suit, to name a few, The Mourner, and let's see, yeah, only those few. And then, after meeting the collective, I continued researching. I learned recently about the Honorable Bloku Modisane. I was very moved by his biography, Blame Me on History. Drum captured the essence and the soul of the South African history back then in the 60s in terms of stories and pictures and images. So most of us were inspired by the Drum magazine and the Sophiatown era to research and write and love literature. So it's an honor for me to be part of this Drum 70th Symposium. I'm gonna open it up to my colleague Sipho, and I'll be back again to elaborate further on my research. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for that introduction to the introduction to reading drum, and also to your personal history, and also linking to Sophiatown as the place written into being by Drum Magazine, but also the place from which it was written. I would love to call my colleague Sipho Ndlovu to the stage now, a writer himself who is doing in interesting ways, in short stories and in also in longer texts, to pay attention to detail, as writers of Drum Magazine did, paying attention to detail of the urban surroundings, paying close attention to how the larger systems of exclusion work in the minute detail, and how the dust can tell so many stories. So I'm very happy to welcome you here, Sipho. If you want to share some of your views on Drum Magazine, on contemporary writing with us, I would be very happy. This is yours.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Sipho Ndlovu, and I'm a part of the collective of the Sophiatown Arts Festival, and I'm also a founder of the Sophiatown Youth Crew. So, is this feed live, like the slideshow? It's fine. Okay. So, the Sophiatown Youth Crew, it's a group of youth that started in 2010 when we were first exposed to Sophiatown, because we are still living in a time where some people still can't locate where is Sophiatown or how they can locate where is Sophiatown. So when the crew started, we were also in the dark, but then that's when we were exposed to drum, and also we were exposed to all of these writers. So I picked up these skills over like I was exposed to arts, and then in the arts, that's when I found out that there's this large pool of arts wealth that was lying in the small suburb and also in the history. And then after taking it on, we found out there were musicians, there were painters, there were all of these multidisciplinary people that were that were living in Sophiatown, and also the rich history of Sophiatown. So I always like to use this presentation to say, okay, this is what more normally comes into mind when people start thinking of Sophiatown, and it's usually like the dancing, right? We have the Drum Magazine there of the iconic Miriam Makeba, and then from there on, also the dance, the lifestyle of where people are, clubbing. It was the clubbing of the 60s, from what I understand. Then from there on, the history of Sophiatown goes upon that the place was demolished. Then after it was demolished, you must remember, like, that's where, because I'm trying to stick to drum and also again to the theme of the how's this? No. Can we do this slide later? Because we only have 5 minutes, right? The slide later. We can cancel the slide. We can do it. Yeah. Super. So I am a youth worker, right? And then also I am a performance artist, mainly of the spoken word. So I was introduced into writing after I met a couple of the series, when I had my first book called Second Avenue. It was a gift from my dear colleague, Katarina Fink, Second Avenue by Ezgi Mphahlele. And he spoke of this story of a person who was straight from the, I have it here. Thanks. Is it clear there? There's, yeah. So Second Avenue, Ezgi Mphahlele was one of the writers. He was a journalist in Drum Magazine, and then he writes a story of the Plus Japi. I don't know what is a Plus Japi in English, but like a person who grew up in the villages, and you come to the city, and then when you come to the city, everything is so foreign that you have to find meaning for it. They even come up with your own words for something of that sort. And then the way he captured it in that book, it resonated so much with me, because I came from the villages and coming to Johannesburg, and then when I found how I realized how you can tell a story the way you feel it in a foreign language, and then you can still understand it at the end of the day, So I saw that was is it the vice or what's that word I'm looking for Kofi Vital? It's coming, okay, it's going to come later. But there was this sharpness about the text, about how they wrote their materials, and everyone, you can feel their voice, not hear their voice actually, about how, so that type of writing sort of like disappeared in the media to a point like when I was reading newspapers, because I started reading newspapers before I went into history, because I'm a new generation, right? You know, like, so when I read what I saw in the newspapers, and then when I read what was being written in the old newspapers, you can see a huge difference of the shift of attitude. So I will be part of this symposium, also like sharing a bit of Bloke, because Bloke Modisane is someone that we've discovered almost a long time ago. We'll go into details of how we met with Bloke, and also because his memo, we did an exhibition a couple of years ago in Sophiatown where we titled it In a Way Back Home, because now we're bringing most of his archives from Germany and then bringing back to the country and also exhibiting them, taking the history back and exposing it back to the people back again, so they would remember that this is how we write and this is how the truth must be spoken of. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussions, and also I'm going to learn a lot from how these, like from how they were writing our, not how they were writing, I'm going off track there, but in terms of how you can articulate a certain person from, even though they are not here, but you can pick up the lost voices from the past and bring them into life. And that's what drama was doing before, and then we're happy to be coming of this new age and working like this. But no, thank you, and have fun.
Thank you so much, Sipho, for sharing these thoughts and already talking about the lost voices, because one of the key moments of this conference or this gathering will also be to look a bit more in particular to the women artists of drum. Often it's talked about drum was about women on the cover, it was featuring the so-called songbirds, but we highly disagree, because the women that have been working with and for drum are artists in their own right, and we will have a strong focus on them tomorrow afternoon, which we're looking forward to. Before we move on with our focus, or starting our focus on Bloke Modisane, who Sipho and Globo just talked about, Tami Mazibuko will share 2 more minutes of thoughts about drum. So we do this again.
Right, thank you, Dr. Katharina Frink. As I've mentioned earlier on, the Drum magazine captured the essence of the eras of the 50s. Though the era was very tumultuous, there was lots of violence, hatred, segregation. So Drum managed to capture those stories, those real life stories. And Bloke Modisane was instrumental in capturing those stories. So for me, Bloke Modisane is an unsung hero, because I feel he contributed to the struggle as much as our political leaders. So he resisted apartheid in his own way, like culturally and socially, and he didn't like violence. That's what I picked up by reading his book. He abhorred violence. So Bloke states that Sophiatown was a place of duality. You see, there was lots of extremes, a place of extremes. People will be running away from the police, fighting and killing each other. That's what you would say. The next thing, they would be dancing and partying and forgetting the sad part of their life. So they managed to survive Sophiatown and that era using humor also. So because Bloke Modisane was very funny, that's what I capture from his stories. So let's see, I'm gonna read a small piece of what this book says about Bloke, just a small clip. Bloke Modisane's prophetic literary masterpiece, Blame Me on History, is a book whose moment has arrived. Its every page pulsates with eloquence and impassioned testimony about what is meant to be black and an uncompromising fight for freedom and human rights under the apartheid. It is a saga of one's individual's unyielding determination to preserve his sensitivity and his soul amid brutality, humiliation and violence, to liberate himself emotionally and physically and intellectually. The riveting story of Bloch's life in South Africa is told with relentless honesty. It will leave readers enraged, horrified, uplifted, illumined. Blaming on history has already attained in South Africa the stature of a classic, along with such works as Eskia Mphahlele's Down 2nd Avenue and Peter Abraham's Tales of Freedom. As my colleague mentioned earlier, Eskia Mphahlele was one of the writers of Drum, so he did live in Sophiatown for a short space or period of time. Eskia Mphahlele, he was a teacher and a writer, so he couldn't stand the situation during the apartheid, so he had to leave and go to exile in another country. I think it was Nigeria. And when he found his sanity there, fortunately, and then he was able to write. So the contentious issue was that the previous government then introduced Bantu education, so he refused to teach Bantu education, so he was protesting, and then that's how he left the profession of teaching. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a short break and then we'll come back again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It is worth mentioning that all the reference to literature and Sophiatown that has been made can actually also be experienced in a safe, COVID-style way. We offer, if I say we, sorry, it's you, sorry, stars. So Sipho Ndlovu and Tami Mazibuku also offer literary walking tours through Sophiatown, which will take you to the places where the stories were born, where the House of Truth was, where people discussed, where Modisane was born, where Ma Bloch had her, she been, and so on and so on. So if you're interested in that, you will find us via the Sophiatown Arts Festival. Also check out the homepage of the Trevor Huddleston Memorial Center for interesting encounters with a time that we are talking about right now. Now there was so much Bloch Modisane in the room already that I just used the opportunity to move us over into a panel we wanted to start in the afternoon, but we will already do that now. So we will have two of the presentations that you will see scheduled for the afternoon now. The first one will be a scenic reading by two of South Africa's or the world's finest young theatre makers called Theatre Do. The second will be the presentation by our dear co-convener, Dr. Siphiwe Mahala. Just to give a bit of context of why we focus on Bloch Modisane so much, as you said already, we really have the impression that he's one of the underrated drum writers, and not because of the media exposure or not because he claims a space that is so unique. We are a bit cautious with these claims to uniqueness because we're also interested in the collective production of authors, but because we believe there is something in his writing that is perhaps a bit too sharp for heritage and a bit too brutal and a bit too uncomfortable for the ways we are often comfortably remembering people and their work from the past. Because the questions that Modisane actually asks about transnationalism, about what kind of world do we want to inhabit in, how do we see cultures living together, his strong opposition against like easy versions of multiculturalism that we love to promote in lots of cultural affairs when it comes to heritage. He was against a number of these things. He was very violent in his writing. I'm not sure if I agree with that point about violence, what Tami just said, but that's what we're here to discuss. The sharpness of language, the usage of language. In which language did he write? He wrote in English, like most of the drum writers, but there is so much more to explore because he also wrote in my language, in German. And that also has to do with the lives of people, of artists, when they leave their first site of production. We often claim that to be exile, but we also want to have a bit of a closer look if the notion of exile is always the proper one to describe what happens in people's lives when they leave the country they are made to leave, because they are not allowed to stay, because they can't stay in the way they would love to live. So it's also about taking the liberty to do what you want and to end a line of oppression. So we're going to talk about all of that. I just want to share some questions that came to my mind when thinking about this panel. One is, how can we understand a writer beyond the notion of exile? I know that Siyabonga has lots to say about that. Why are some writers difficult to remember? How can we create archives that are living up to the multiplicity of a writer's voice? This is something we also want to talk about tomorrow, together with Tumi Mokhorosi and Robert Machiri and Yabini Naidu. How can we think the individual voice in relation to what is often dubbed a generation? And then also, how can we complicate the notion of homecoming that you were talking about earlier, Sipo? Because often, in our heritage practices, people are written back into a national narrative that they never wanted to be in the first place. So we're interested in all of that, but often it's a problem in these academic settings that we talk and talk and talk, and we talk about people's work, but we don't really listen to people's work. So what we wanted to start off with, to get us all into the mood and also to have respect for the tone of a writer, we asked Theatre Duo, aka Billy Langa and Mahlazi Mokonyana, to give us a reading from Blame Me on History. And for those of you who have not had the pleasure yet to see some productions of Theatre Duo, I'm just going to tell you a bit about who we're messing with here. So the Theatre Duo is an independent collaborative theatre-making duo consisting of Billy Langa and Mahlazi Mokonyana, working and living in Johannesburg in South Africa, but being all over the place, which the world is grateful for. They began creating their unique brand of physical and storytelling theater productions in 2015. They have since produced their original plays in Johannesburg, South Africa, and toured most parts of the country, but also the rest of the globe, earning them critics' picks and awards, which include the Cape Town Fringe Fresh Award for Performance, the Standard Bank Ovation Award, the Naledi Theatre Award for the Best Production, and so on and so on. And it's really, there's a beautiful publication in the world called To Become Two, which is about collective work, and I know very few other collectives that are taking that so serious as Theatre Duo. I'm also an independent publisher, and I had the pleasure to be, together with my partner, Dr. Nadine Siegert, the publishers for Swallow, for a piece written by Theatre Duo that has been up and running for 5 years now, and very fresh. We did a sonic exploration of what that play can mean if you don't see it. So much to say. We are grateful that Theatre Duo spent time with us and the ghosts of Blok Modisana. And I would love to ask the wonderful technical team that we should give a shout out here as well to play our pre-recorded scenic reading. Colleagues, can we do that? Thank you. Let's go.
Whatever else Sophia Town was, it was home. We made the desert bloom, made alterations, converted half verandas into kitchens, decorated the houses and filled them with music. We were house proud. We took the ugliness of life in a slum and wove a kind of beauty. We established bounds of human relationships which set a pattern of communal living, far richer and more satisfying materially and spiritually than any model housing could substitute. The dying of a slum is a community tragedy anyway. It was especially true of Sophiatown, the most cosmopolitan of South Africa's black social igloos, and perhaps the most perfect experiment in non-racial community living. They were perfect, of course, the inevitable racial tensions, which did not necessarily flare up into color-cased explosions. Africans, coloreds, mixed up. Whatever else Sophiatown was, it was home. We made the desert bloom, made alterations, converted half verandas into kitchens, decorated the houses and filled them with music. We were house proud. We took the ugliness of life in a slum and wove a kind of beauty. We established bounds of human relationships which set a pattern of communal living, far richer and more satisfying materially and spiritually than any model housing could substitute. The dying of a slum is a community tragedy anyway. It was especially true of Sophiatown, the most cosmopolitan of South Africa's black social igloos, and perhaps the most perfect experiment in non-racial community living. They were perfect, of course, the inevitable racial tensions, which did not necessarily flare up into color-cased explosions. Africans, coloreds, mixed bloods, Indians and Chinese lived a raceless existence. It is true that as racial groups, we were placed socially and economically on different levels of privilege. White was the ultimate standard, and the races were situated in approximation to this standard. The Chinese were nearest to white. They were allowed into white cinemas and theaters and some restaurants. The coloreds, nearer white. They, and in some other restaurants, the Indians, near white. Social mixing was difficult, but community spirit was high.
I received a primary education in a Dutch Reformed mission school in Meyer Street, Sophiatown, where every morning the lessons started with a prayer and religious instructions. And at home, many years ago, there was a prayer for every meal. And every night before going into bed, always the same prayers. I was raised by my bloke to be a dutiful Christian, and my rebellion was not her fault. When I became older, I began to challenge the very philosophy of Christianity and embarrassed her with a tirade of questions, and gradually she realized that the point I was making, that it was impossible to be black in South Africa and also be a good Christian. She was a tenacious doctrinaire. Any and every action was predestined and willed by God. The poverty, the starvation, the oppression, the degradation, all these were willed by God. If a child died of malnutrition, it was the will of God. When a black farmer laborer was flogged to death, or if an African was shot down by a farmer who later pleaded in court that he thought it was a monkey ravaging his farm, my bloke said it was the will of God. And when the farmer was cautioned by the magistrate to be more careful in the future and fined 25 pounds, it was the will of God. Man escaped responsibilities for his own action. All the injustices, the inhumanity was willed upon the bleeding body of Christ nailed to the cross. I refuse to accept that Christ died so that the white man can plunder me and bleed my body.
Nothing in my life seemed to have any meaning. All around me there was the futility and the apathy, the dying of children, the empty gestures of the life reflected in the seemingly meaningless destruction of that life, the demolition of Sophia Town. My life is like the penny whistle music, spinning on eternally with the same repetitive persistency. It is deceptively happy, but all this is on the surface, like the melodic and the harmonic lines of the kwela played by the penny whistle, or the voice of Miriam Makeba, which bristle with a propelling joyousness, but contained in it is the sharp hint of pain, almost enjoyed in a sense, as is at times heard in the alto sax of Paul Desmond, the desperation of a man in search of God. Beneath all this is the heavy storm, trooping rhythmic line, a jersey nail tolling a structure of sadness into a pyramid of monotony. The sadness is a rhythm unchanging in its thematic structure, oppressing, denominating, and regulating the tonality of the laughter and the joy. My life, like the kwela, has grown out of the gutters of the slums. From among the swelling smells of the open drains, out of the pressure of political stress and the endless of frustration. But there is always the kwela and the nice time when we surround ourselves with people, screaming noises almost as if to convince ourselves of our existence in a glorification of our living at the feverish pitch on our nervous system, at our nice times to the orgastic rhythms of the kwela, we conglomerate into an incestuous society where sex becomes promiscuous and friendship explodes into murderous hatred. The penny whistle band picks up a tune, a rhythm, to be exact, and the music swells. The emotion rises and the imagination waxes. Then suddenly, for a brief moment only, the noise is stilled. Then another kind of noise rises. First tentatively, then swells into, until the music can no longer be heard. It is a noise which is a mixture of Hollywood films and the sounds which are not words, but moods or feelings required to transport us into an existence where white South Africa is another kind of planet, in another galaxy, and apartheid becomes a sound in a nightmare. Stack 8.
Hopman.
Shangri-La.
Vesa.
Jiga. Raba.
Heaven can wait.
Our bodies become obsessed and possessed by the rhythms. Time is frozen. Memory is obliterated as we enter into a cosmic existence. The dance becomes loaded with sex symbols. The suggestions in the gyrations become more explicit. The body surrenders to the music, to the nice time, to the sensuous. Still, the rhythm multiplies with a compulsiveness which enslaves the body. A mask-like trance encases the face, and we become dizzy. The gyrations become gymnastic, and the body contorting spectral patterns which respond only to the noise. Then suddenly the music stops. The link with the spiritual world is broken. The real becomes pregnant and present, and anger and the revulsion breaks loose. We want to strike at something, the nearest thing. You push the spy.
The purpose of the religious instruction which I received was to educate me into an acceptance of irrefutability of the scriptures of Christendom. they revealed to me that God, in his infinite wisdom, singled out to the sinful issue of Ham for the punishment even unto the thousand and thousand generations. The issue of Ham was invested for the purposes of easy identification with visual differences in skin color and damned to eternal servitude. If God had not intended us to be different, he would have made all of us the same. In his infinite wisdom, he has invested with a high visibility them for whom no redemption is possible. Even the dying of Christ on the cross shall influence no change upon their condition. There is one incident which stands with indelible persistence in my memory. It was during the days of my primary education. It was, the end of the term, and we were assembled in the church hall for an annual address to be delivered by a white elder of the Dutch Reformed Church. He stopped in the middle of the talk to inform us, the little black faithfuls. Then we were singularly fortunate. There was a Christian sincerity in his voice and bearing. We were fortunate. He told us, "My God," he said, pointing his fingers to the ceiling, "is far, far, far up there in heaven." I could not accept this faith, which was demanding my obedience, was plundering my body, and would not embrace. I was appalled by its tyranny and its honeyed words, which taught me to seek for peace and comfort in bondage. The harbingers of this faith revealed to me that man was made in the image of God, then proceeded to dehumanize me. They taught me to repeat the 10 Commandments with a particular emphasis on love thy neighbor as thyself. But in practice, they showered denunciations on me, defined me as a savage, and classed me among the beasts. There was one morality standard for white Christians and another for black Christians. Even the sermon they preached is a calabar one. Someone ought to undertake to rewrite what in South African terms can justly be called the 10 fables of Moses, and may I suggest as a sample, perhaps the most appropriate one: black man, thou shalt not steal from the white man. This is fun.
I am thy nationalist government, thy white superiors. Thou shalt have none others.
Thou shalt not take the name of thy nationalist government in vain, nor blacken my name overseas.
Thou shalt not be misled by others, the communists, the English, the Jewish liberals, the Jingo Press, and the ANC agitators. For I, thy nationalist government, thy Lord, I am a jealous God.
Honor thy Minister of Bantu Administration and Development, that thy days may belong in the Bantustans.
Thou shalt not kill the white man.
Thou shalt not covet thy white master's women, nor commit an offense under the Immorality Act by having an unlawful and a sinful carnal intercourse and other acts in relation thereto. It is the disrepute into which Christianity has been brought which is responsible for my attitude. Deplorable as it may seem, but yet perhaps the fact that the greatest faith in the world should have to be divested of its spiritual nobility, to be thus shaded with such fearful overtones, is probably the most unchristian act of all. Man's spirituality has to come to a state of decay. It is perhaps for this reason that I carry my Jesus in my heart, and I turn my back from the church. Fiki is a casual, non-dialect Christian, but my unbaptized daughter, Chris, and I will not approach the temples of worship until the church and the World Council of Churches shall stand up unafraid and speak out a condemnation by word and deed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Theatre Joe, for that riveting reading. Part of what we're doing is to try and establish a connection, an intergenerational connection between our current generation and that of the 50s. So we've just seen that happening now. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna introduce our keynote speaker. I know him as a great person. He is one of the very few journalists who were part of the first decade of Drum magazine. He got the tail end of it. The period that, as we indicated earlier, Louis Gossi dubbed as the fabulous decade. So our keynote speaker is Dr. Joe Tlolwe, a former press ombudsman and a respected journalist in South Africa with over 50 years experience in the industry. He is a former chairperson of the South African National Editors Forum, former chairperson, or deputy chairperson rather, of the Southern African Editors Forum, and president of the Union of Black Journalists and Media Workers Association of South Africa. He has worked as a journalist for over 50 years, including publications such as The World, Rand Daily Mail, Golden City Post, and of course, Drum magazine. He's worked for the SABC, ETV News, and many other media houses. In 1988, he was a Nieman Fellow at Harvard University in the US. And he has also been honored with various other awards, including the Alan Kirkland Soga Lifetime Achiever Award at the 8th Annual Mondi Shanduka Newspaper Awards in May 2009. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you and call him to the stage, Dr. Joe Tlolwe.
Thank you, Dr. Mahala. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to start by thanking our hosts, Dr. Ngulunga, Dr. Fink, and Dr. Mahala for putting this celebration together. I'm now 78. So I can tell you with some authority that 70 is worth celebrating. Today and tomorrow, we'll be talking about Drum magazine, about Jim Bailey and the people in his teams. We'll be talking about Naspers, the current owners of Drum and their teams. Now, on occasions like this one, it's easy to go maudlin and obsess about the good old days, the days of Sophiatown, Fetus, Township. Of course, by Township, I mean Alexander Township. But going modeling is generally not productive. Please allow me to give you a personal story. One morning in August 1976, I was trying to park my little Beetle somewhere in Elof Street Extension in Poisons. And then I noticed Juby Mayet waving frantically. In fact, she was shooing me away. And then breathless, she got to me and she said I should drive away because the security police were waiting for me in our offices, that's the drum offices. I ignored her advice. I went upstairs to my office, and there they were, and they carted me off to Mother Bay prison in Benoni. In that prison, I met my fellow prisoners, Peter Makobane, who at the time was working for the Rand Daily Mail, Godwin Mkhomi, Gabu Tukwana, Duma Ndlobo, Willie Mukala, Dr. Ntato Motana, Father Smangaleso Mkatwa. I was in good company. A couple of days later, I received a letter from Jim Bailey. That's the owner of Drum Magazine. He was informing me that I was fired from the publication from the time that the police took me away from my desk. In the letter, he said he'd been warning me for some time to stop my involvement in politics, and I had defied him. But the truth is that we had been jousting over a number of months, and he was saying my union work is politics. And I would argue and say that trade unions are not banned, they are legal. So I had every right to belong to the Union of Black Journalists. Now, condemning him now would be very easy. I mean, he died a few years back. But I'd be ignoring many other sides of the man. So as we go into this conversation, today and tomorrow, let's look at the many sides of the issues we are going to confront. Let me tell you, Bailey's schizophrenia Drum's schizophrenia, Drum's schizophrenia as it was evolving from 1951 into the future. You know, I should put it another way. South Africa's schizophrenia in the past and now were best captured by Drums Ken Temba in his piece, The Bottom of the Bottle. Where else? He says, the table was spired with bottles of brandy, gin, and beer. And we were at the stage of high discourse, much like the majestic demons in the burning pit. For a moment, as I looked at those young men around me, the luxury of a mild flood of conscience swept over me. They had all, at one time or another, had visions to escape their environment, to oppose and overcome their destiny, to oppose and overcome their context, to evade and outdistance their destiny by hard work and sacrifice, by education and native ability, by snatching from the table of occupation some of the chance crumbs of the high-chaired culture. Lord, it struck me. What a treasury of talent I had here in front of me. Must they bury their lives with mine like this under a load of Sophiatown bottles? Solra, you will remember those. I say it was conscience that struck me because I knew many of them looked up to me, my way of life, and repeated my despair and the defenses behind my back. I knew that they were excited by me when I said, why should one believe in anything when one can live? Yes, live, gentlemen, at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. The trouble is, gentlemen, human nature stinks. But that's all we have, that's all the material we have to work with. They said these things but never with my own deep sense of doubt and the sleepless tossing suspicion that often made me itch in the very heat of my enthusiasm. He continues, I think the rest of the African society looked upon us as an excretion, as excrescence. Why is English such a difficult language? We were not the calm, dignified Africans that the church so admires and fights for. We were not the unspoiled rural Africans the government so admires, for they tell no lies, they don't steal, and above all, they do not try to measure up to the white man. We were those sensitive might-have-beens who knocked on the door of white civilization at the highest level of that South Africa could offer. And we had a gruff no, or a yes, so shaky and insincere that we withdrew our small horns at once. Now please, just note the magical texture of his thinking, of his feeling, and of his writing. Please. Now, our society is still using the anesthetic that Ken Temba and his friends used. That's booze. But that has been compounded by the use of drugs, by the chase after the material things, a large salary, a large car, a large house with a pool nochel, by corruption, the starving and the homeless masses can go to hell. Consciences have been numbed. Now, many amongst us have grown fat in the shoes of our erstwhile oppressors. In the passage I quoted, Temba Kanadoshi displays the agnosticism of the oppressed. He looks at the mirror and realizes that he doesn't belong where he is, and yet he doesn't belong anywhere else. It's therefore not accident that many of the drum people ended up in exile. Ken himself ended up in Swaziland. Bloke Mudisane, Eskiam Patlele, Ernest Cole, Net Nakasa, Joe Kumete, Enoch Duma, Kiurapeze Kositsile, Arthur Maimane, Joe Lowe, Louis Nkosi. I mean, these are the ones I can recall. Now, I'm not going to go into the story of the evolution of drum from the time it was founded by Robert Crisp, with its emphasis on the noble savage. The drum that was used by the newly established apartheid government for propaganda abroad. We'll skip to the point where Jim buys Crisp out, and then he invites his friend from his days at Oxford, that's Anthony Sampson, to come to South Africa to edit it. And so began a heady brew, a concoction with ingredients from the UK and from urban black South Africa. It had a little more than a dash of the United States. Ideas from Fleet Street in London mixed with those from the jazz-crazed Sophiatown sparked into a new journalism. The local talent was carefully selected. Eskia Mphahlele, Ken Temba, Bloke Mudisane, Todd Machikeza, Casey Mutesi, Stan Mutuadi. Now I'll tell you, Temba was a teacher very close by here in Western Township. And he entered a short story writing competition at Drum and won. Was offered a job, and he in turn recruited 2 of his former students who had just completed training as teachers. That's Stan Mutuadi and Casey Mutsisi. Another former teacher, Eskia Mphahlele, was recruited from Elendo. Now, the Bailey Drum had the usual fare for black readers: crime, sex, sports, and pin-ups. That fare was found in The World, in Zonk, and other publications at the time. But what made Drum stand out was the sarcastic sneer at apartheid. I won't bore you with stuff that you know already, stuff you can pick up online. But let me tell you one secret behind Jim Bailey and Drum. At the end of the day, he would go with us to our shepherds and pay for the booze. And we had this scruffy white man, very tall but very badly dressed, who didn't show the wealth that was behind his name. And he'd sit with us in the shebeen. Now, when I stopped drinking, I'd still go with him to these after-work parties. And I noticed one thing. He poured himself a drink, and he would nurse that one drink all night as we were smashing ourselves into smithereens. But then, as the fun increased, he would throw up a question, just casually, and he would watch us scramble to go and answer that question. That made him get to the heart of the township in a way that no other white person could. He used to watch us like an anthropologist and seemed to be getting a thrill out of watching us get drunk. Again, the irony is that when one worked at the World, that's in Industria, All these places are around here. We knew that the next step up the ladder was an invitation to join DRUM or its sister, the Golden City Post. It was to see ourselves working in SMK House or at Elop Street Extension, or even when it was on its last legs in Pritchard Street in Johannesburg. This DRUM had its own brand of journalism, and it had its own swagger. Now, I grew up reading it every time my father was through reading. Let me skip to today. The last printed edition of DRUM magazine went to press in mid-2020. Today, DRUM is celebrating its 70th in Media Park, again, very close by. It's now ensconced behind a paywall. Technology and social advancement are forcing a revolution not only on DRUM, but on the media industry as a whole. And this crisis will be with us for a while. Let me start first. In 1996, when the country's new constitution was promulgated, we in the media were excited. We're excited because Section 16 of that constitution guaranteed us freedom of expression and freedom of the media. It says everyone, I'd like to stress that everyone has the right to freedom of expression, which includes freedom of the press and other media, freedom to receive and impart information or ideas. We shouted victory. Victory at last. Forward democracy. Now, with the little devices in our pockets, everyone is his own reporter, his own copy taster, his own sub-editor, and his own distributor. But this has smashed the old model of how the media operate. Without spending any more money, I seem to know all that's happening in this world thanks to my social media networks. Mind you, these days, we as men and women and children read more than we've ever done before in history. we have access to the best information from around our country and abroad? Or is that an illusion? The readership of the legacy media has plummeted. Advertising revenue has matched the readership figures on the way down. We are thus seeing publications retrenching staff and shutting their doors. Now, the old model was very simple. The owners of the publication, the readers and the advertisers paid for the production of journalism. The owners invested money, the readers and the advertisers paid part of the costs. So it's against this backdrop that we see the new drum going online and asking readers to pay for their reading. Let me tell you that every time there's an attack on the media, I've seriously wondered why readers are not out there defending the publication. Are the readers not there because they don't value the quality of the news we give them, the current affairs we give them, and the opinions we give them? But I'll turn the question around and say, are the publications making themselves valuable to their readers? Are the advertisers aware that journalism is a public good? Is government ready to support and defend this public good? As society sinks deeper into trouble as a result of COVID-19 or even other ills, the role of the media becomes that much more important. The greed of the few should never trump. There's no pun there. It should never trump the good of society. As the need increases, so should the value of good journalism rise. Now, the South African Press Code states, quote, "The media exist to serve society. Their freedom provides for independent scrutiny of the forces that shape society and is essential to realizing the promise of democracy. It enables the citizens to make informed judgments on the issues of the day, a role whose centrality is recognized in the South African Constitution." The crisis in the media needs all hands on deck. We should all be searching for solutions, not just the media owners, not just the readers, not just the advertisers, It needs all of society. The readers, the citizens, must be concerned about the quality of information and opinion that they get. Lovers of democracy must be concerned about the quality of the information and opinion circulating in our society. Again, I repeat, journalism is a public good. How do we attain good journalism in these days of social media and fake news? And who has to pay for it? And in what way? Some exciting ideas are emerging. For example, at the Daily Maverick, they refuse to go behind a paywall. They believe that what they are doing is for everybody in society, not just the rich. So instead, they are asking those of their readers who can afford it to donate to help in the gathering, collating, and distribution of news. They have also partnered with a retail business. I won't advertise it here. And this chain distributes copies of the Maverick's print edition to its customers for free. Now this is out of the box thinking. It's thinking that media owners, the readers, advertisers, government and society need. Journalism is a public good that can't be allowed to drift away to be replaced by old-fashioned gossip. That's largely what you get on social media. In conclusion, let me say again, Ken Tamba's generation of drum was both exasperating and inspirational. They were both foolhardy and courageous. They were both suicidal and life-affirming. After all, they were only human, but they left us with rich lessons for our country. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ndadetolo, for such a riveting and insightful keynote address. I would like to repeat your words. The greed of the few should never trump the good of society. The greed of the few should never trump the good of society. Those are the words of Ndadetolo, our keynote speaker today. Part of the reason why we chose Dr. Tlole as the keynote speaker today is that he was not only an observer, of happenings in society and in journalism, but he was also a participant. So the insights that he shared with us are those of someone who has been with these guys, has been through it all. As I indicated earlier in my introduction, that he was part of the first decade of drum, which this year marks the 70th anniversary of. So his wealth of knowledge is really appreciated, especially that he is sharing it with young people who are with us today in the audience and also connecting from various parts of the world. I don't know where to start about his candid evaluation of the legacy of drum, because what he has done, he's spoken fondly of drum and some of its writers without romanticizing its history. He has spoken about you know, the likes of Ken Temba, the drinking culture, but he's spoken about the difference that Drum magazine made in terms of conscientizing society, but also in turning around journalism in South Africa. And he also shows us that as journalists in South Africa, you were first and foremost a black person in an oppressive and racially divided society. So impartiality there was a myth. Hence, he found himself in the prison cells with the likes of Duma Ndlovu, the likes of Peter Magubane, and many other journalists slash activists. But what is interesting for me is the fact that he was able to share some anecdotes and thus giving a face to history, giving life to some of the lessons that we have learned over the years. In fact, what Dr. Hlolo has presented in less than an hour is what many lecturers, academics, and all those who are entrusted with the responsibility of teaching try to do the whole year. So I so wish that we could have this kind of occasion on an annual basis, because the insights that he shared are not just about drum. Yes, they emphasize the importance of drum in the history of journalism and literature in South Africa, but also understanding the evolution of journalism in South Africa at large is what he did. Among the personalities that he talked about is Ken Temba. Dr. Hlolo and I share a particular fascination with this writer. And I wouldn't want to go into it now, but all I can say is that on previous occasions, when talking about Ken Temba, he said in Ken Temba, he had a teacher in the newsroom, because when he was struggling to get published in the, almost said Daily Maverick, no, the Golden City Post, there was an editor who was a very tough guy who would take one look at your piece and throw it in the rubbish bin. I won't be able to use the words that he actually used, that, what is this S that you're giving me? And throw it in the rubbish bin. So he continued writing, yes, somewhat discouraged, until Ken Temba was the acting editor of the Golden City Post. And then when he submitted a piece to him, he says Ken Temba looked at it and called him and said, this is what you should change, this is what you should change. And ultimately, after making those changes, the young Joe Tlolwe got published for the very first time in Golden City Post. So this is the character of the man who was obsessed with nurturing young minds. He was a teacher. He was a teacher before he joined the newsroom, before he joined Drum Magazine. And amongst us today, we have someone who was taught by Ken Temba in the classroom before Ken Temba joined Drum Magazine. And I know this is not part of the script. When I finish here, I would like to call that someone to come and give us a word or two, just for 2 minutes. I am doing that for 2 reasons. One, because he can give us a first-hand account of how Ken Temba was as one of the iconic drum journalists, how he was as a teacher in the classroom now, because we've heard of him as a teacher in the newsroom. By the way, he also taught the likes of Casey Mutsisi and Stanley Mujwazi, both of whom became iconic journalists in their own right. So the person that I'm saying I'm going to ask to give us a 2-minute talk about Ken Temba as a teacher was actually in the same school with Casey and Ndate Stan Mujwadi. So that's the first reason I would like him to speak here. The other reason is that a few weeks ago, just over 3 weeks ago, there was a terrible rumor on social media that Saul Rashilo had died. There were outpourings of tributes from all corners of the country, and that emphasized to me the importance of celebrating people while they are still alive. So by default, we had a celebration of Saul Rashilo about 3 weeks ago. So I would like to call him when I finish here to give us just a 2-minute talk, but to tell us about how Ken Temba impacted in his life, but also to assure everyone that he is still alive. Ladies and gentlemen, you might not recognize him from here. This is the man we are talking about, Saul Rashilo, from this iconic image taken by Jürgen Skadeberg back in the 50s. So he'll give us a word or two when I finish. Going back to his keynote speech, says, many among us have grown fat in the shoes of their erstwhile oppressors. I think this emphasizes once again the old adage that the liberator of today can be the oppressor of tomorrow. It is amazing and almost unbelievable that some people who are supposedly trained soldiers, liberators of our society, when you look at them today, they are nothing close to be of anything that can be remotely associated with public service. So statements that Ndate Tlolwe has made today resonate with many of us, not just in journalism or academia or the literary space or the arts, but in all aspects of human endeavor. He also talks about how Ken Temba looks at the mirror and realizes he doesn't belong where he is, and yet he doesn't belong anywhere else. Once again, this to me is evocative of Nat Nagasa's notion of a native of nowhere. You would recall that Nagasa left South Africa on an exit permit and died tragically in New York, in Harlem, New York. And this has happened to many in the past, and many today are still trying to find their home in their land of birth. Ndadetolo said something that, quite honestly, I never thought of, but makes much more sense now. When he talks about the unique journalism of drum, he says ideas from Fleet Street in London mixed with those from jazz craze of our town sparked into new journalism. So you had editors like Anthony Sampson coming to South Africa and working with the likes of Casey Mutsisi, Bloke Mudisani, Ken Temba, journalists who were, for lack of a better word, streetwise, who grew up in the township, are well versed with the culture and the daily happenings in townships. So combining their knowledge with that experience from Fleet Street is clearly one of the reasons why drum revolutionized journalism in South Africa. He also says what made the magazine stand out was its sarcastic sneer at apartheid. Drum magazine tackled hard issues. And I must say, in the beginning, many of the journalists wanted to reflect the pain and the agony of people in the townships. But initially, it was the policy of the magazine not to tackle overt political agenda. Sylvester Steyn resigned from drum and left after Jim Bailey forced Ken Temba as the deputy editor to change the cover of the magazine that showed a black and a white tennis players embracing. They were overseas, of course, but to show that image in a racially divided South Africa would have put to question the policy of apartheid. So Jim Bailey, as the proprietor, interfered with editorial independence, with the editorial powers, and forced Ken Temba to remove that cover. So on that principle and many other incidents, Sylvester Steyn resigned on the spot and left drum. So you had those hard-nosed journalists who were willing to put themselves at risk, themselves and their careers, the likes of Henry Nxumalo, for instance. How Mr. Drum was born is that Henry put his life on the line, he got himself arrested, he got himself beaten up in chasing a good story. Now, the question is, what has become of drum today? What has become of journalism today? How many journalists go out there in the field in search of stories instead of sitting in the newsroom and surfing the net to look for stories? Of course, times are changing, and it is for that reason that he acknowledges, for instance, the innovation that you find. He singles out the Daily Maverick. He singles out the Daily Maverick as one of the media houses that have responded very well to the technological advances. And he challenges us to think out of the box, challenges us as in journalism, he challenges us in the humanities, he challenges us as scholars in all these fields, as citizens, to think out of the box. And it is this thing out of the box that we hope to see over the next 2 days as participants in this symposium will be deliberating on the legacy, on the history of drum, its personalities, and journalism in South Africa. So as I call upon Ndate Sol Rashilo to come and say a few words, I would like to leave you with that question, that what has become of Drum magazine, which has stopped printing last year, in July last year? Was it just the effects of the lockdown that forced it to stop print? Was it the angle that it took over the years as a tabloid? What can be done to sustain our media houses? What can be done to find new platforms to share stories? As Ndate Chotolwe intimated, there is the trend of citizen journalism. How do we ensure that the stories that are spread through social media are authentic and accurate? An example of that is exactly the case in point that Babu Sol Rashilo was rumored to have died just over 3 weeks ago, as I called him on stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I stand here before you in all humility and with just a few words to express my gratitude for all what the previous speakers have said about this great suburb, this great ghetto which is known throughout the free world, for it gave us the guys in the struggle that eventually, in the final analysis of all on freedom, were blessed with the likes of Nelson Mandela and his crowd coming out of Robben Island and giving this wonderful country called Rainbow Nation. And at last, we are delighted in the bliss and ecstasy of a word called the New Dawn. And had it not been for what the past speaker said, that Sol Rashilo will give us in a few words, those 2 words could actually cover a voluminous tome of words in a book, and not a few words, because I'll be enlightening you of a great ghetto that was called Sophiatown, comprising of all the national groups in the likes of Italians, Zulus, Afrikaners, whites, colors. Can you imagine that conglomerate of human figures embraced under one little ghetto called Sophiatown? Of what it could be today had the likes of the people who put us together in the liberator struggle to attain this freedom that we cherish today, called the Rainbow Nation, and eventually delighting in the new dawn, what it could be like had the likes of Delcy September being assassinated in Paris, the likes of Chris Mkeng and his wife being done away with in Durban, and the likes of Steve Biko, who enlightened the black community through his organization called BCM, and the likes of Dr. David Webster, who was notched by a guy called Ferdy Bernard in his home in Troyville to get a bonus to the tune of 60,000 rand for killing someone who was going to be such an asset from an anthropological perspective in this country. And the likes of Dr. Neil Eggett, who did all in the west side of a market theater, starting to help a group called the Helping Carpenters in Coort that I used to frequent. Dr. Neil Eggett was a medical practitioner practicing at Barra, whereby he said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in trying to curb whatever plague that has affected the brain. I want to get to the root cause of any ailment that affects any human figure under the sun. That is the core. That is where I would like to work on. And unfortunately, with the system that pervaded our society in the likes of apartheid system, the fascist regime, we lost a great figure of a humanitarian nature in the human form of Dr. Neil Eggett. And think of where we are today. Had all those in the likes of Ruth First being mowed down through a letter bomb in Maputo, coming also following in the like manner, we have Gino Squall with her daughter Katrina being letter bombed in Angola, to be followed again by excuse me, Begim Langin, an attorney in his residence in Jabulani Flats. You can imagine, and to end it all, we get the likes of Unkhuputse, Abraham Tiro in Botswana being mowed down by the letter bomb. You could imagine of what society we could be delighting had all these wonderful brains put together. We could be delighting in this new dawn, this apartheid riddled society that we founded ourselves enveloped in. From those little words that I was expected to say a few words, I'm just trying to show you how voluminous this tome could become had we the privilege of seeing all these victimized human beings could have contributed to our society that we nobly call the New Dawn. Coming back now to Sophiatown, I look around, I cherish the thought that had this evil system, this fascist regime called apartheid, had not evaporated all this God-given society called Sophiatown that we delighted in being on up to this present day, because in the people and the residents of the period, in the likes of Ken Temba, who was my English master in a school called Mbadibane High School in Western Native Township, just to find that across the trellis, as we call it at the time, dividing Sophiatown from Western Native, we had the likes of a journalist called Mike Pashane, who coined the word Soweto from Southwestern Township. He was a gifted journalist who also coined Adolf, a jazz musician from Cape Town called Dollar Brain. He said, no, when you're in Sophia Town, we won't call you Adolf. We're going to coin from Adolf to be Dollar, and we're going to bless you with the surname Brain. You'll be called Dollar Brain. And today we know from an international perspective, from a musical perspective, a great name internationally by the name of Abdul Ibrahim. All culminated in that ghetto called Sophiatown, where in 1954, we decided to form a jazz club called Modern Jazz Club of Sophiatown, whereby we gave a springboard in the likes of Huma Sikela, Jonas Gwangwa, and all the likes at the time, to get exposure by playing with professional musicians in the likes of Mackay Davashe. And we had groups coming from Port Elizabeth, from Cape Town, from Durban, to come and perform at Odeon Cinema, where they got exposure in the likes of, Huma Sikela, Jonas Gwangwa, teaming up with professional musicians at the time in the likes of Ellison Temba from Alexandra to try and emulate their musical projection to be on a professional standard. And today, when we look back, we don't look back with anger, but we are delighted to see that our concerted effort at the time gave exposure to those at the time, eventually got international exposure after the most successful musical called King Kong, a jazz opera at the time, folding itself at the time in London, having appeared before a royal performance where the Queen Mother was in a position to see this movement. Then the producer at the time, Jack Hilton, was so impressed that he decided to get to New York to negotiate this musical to be performed on Broadway. Unfortunately, the gods of unrighteousness terminated his life by him suffering a stroke en route. And today, we found that those who remained had to come back home, and those that decided to get back out to follow their green pastures managed to be in New York and pursue their careers from a musical perspective. I beg to end up my story because it's got a long story to tell. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can't wait to hear all of the details of that long story. We're so happy we at least have 2 days. So I have 2 comments from the chat, which I would love to ask our keynote speaker to respond to. If you would you mind to come up again? So the first one I can read out already. It's a question that was posted in our Zoom conversation, and you answered it in writing already, but I think it would be nice for people to hear. So it is, did your relationship with Bailey ever recover post being fired from drum? The first part. And the second part, what is your view of Bailey's legacy in South African publishing? If you want to say.
I'm rather surprised that you asked that question, because when I came back from jail, I stayed at home, and the editor, who had not been consulted about my being fired, sent a car to come and pick me up. I still remember Philip Selwyn Smith was the editor at the time. When I got to the office, he said, "Joe, your desk is still waiting for you. Continue working." And I said, "But Jim has fired me." And he said, "No, I'll handle Jim when he comes." And Jim came back from his travels. He used to travel around Africa. And when he came, he saw me sitting at the desk, and he summoned the editor to his office. What is that man doing in my office? So, tail between his legs, Philip called me to his office and said, the man is adamant, you are fired. So we never made up. But I don't bear him a grudge, because what he did for journalism and for this country is bigger than what he did to me. So I still respect him for his contribution, but we need to take it in perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There's one more comment that goes to, I think, to the whole symposium. It came also via Facebook, so I will read it out to all of us so that we can take it with into our discussions. It's by Africa Speso, who says, interesting history of Drum magazine and the pride of black journalism in the 50s. We indeed stand on the shoulders of such giants. And then there's a question coming. Do we have pro-black publications in post-94 South Africa, where it's not just about access to information, but publications that also affirm black experience and existence? Agree with Dr. Joe, and somewhat disagree with Steve Biko in that black writers can't write what they like. They can't afford to. Ours, to paraphrase James Baldwin, is to excavate the experience of the people who raised us. Thanks. These are the words by Africa Speso, who posted that on Facebook. And I think there's lots in that comment that we will talk about as we go into the afternoon. It is now for us to really say a heartfelt thank you for the time and for sharing memories and for sharing notions about the future of publishing. Thank you so much, and we continue after a short break with a panel on Blok Mudisane. Thank you, stay with us. Thank you so much.
Uncle Saul, welcome to the JIAS, Johannesburg Institute of Advanced Study, and the Sophia Town Museum collaborated event, symposium, seminar called Drum at 70.
Thank you. Welcome back. That was a powerful morning already. I hope you had the chance in these 2 minutes that you have time to grab something to eat, because you will need energy for this afternoon. We're gonna focus now on Blok Modisane. We heard about Kentemba already, we heard about Modisane. Now the focus should be on Modisane. We talked about him in the morning already a bit, but let me rephrase for those who haven't been with us. So what we're really interested in is finding out in how far can we talk about an individual voice of a writer, and in how far do we talk about writing as a collective effort, the shaping of new narratives as a collective effort. So we want to honor and celebrate the unique literary position of Blok Modisane, but also see him in context and in the web of relations that he had all over the world. Just some questions we want to pose with our panel. How can we understand a writer beyond the notion of exile? In our dear keynote speech, the notion of exile came also up. We also want to investigate how do we treat and remember and think into the work, the writing that has happened after Blok Modisane left South Africa, a move that is often described as exile. So we particularly want to speak about the time in London. We want to reference the Makerere Conference of 1962. We want to talk about the time in Germany and so on. We also want to ask with that panel on Blok Modisane, why are some people more difficult to remember than others? Why is it difficult to remember him? Because perhaps he has such a sharp voice, because he was criticizing, and still is, with that ontological notion of his writing, still is criticizing what is not in order. How can we create archives that allow us to deal with the writings and the sharpness and the freshness of the writing? And how can we think the individual voice in relation to what is often dubbed a generation? We also heard in the morning already two representatives of the Sophiatown Arts Collective speak about an exhibition we've been doing, which was called In a Way Back Home, Blok Modisane, celebrating that we brought works from Germany to South Africa. So much. But in order to get into the spirit, we want to hear some of his writings read out by Theatre Duo, which is one of the most important theatre powerhouses, not only of the continent, but in the world. Theatre Duo, as I said earlier, but I love to stress it again, it's an independent collaborative theatre-making duo consisting of Billy Langa, who's mostly the performer, and Mahlasi Mokonyana, who's mostly the man behind the scenes. But in this offering, we will see both of them speak. Both of them began creating their unique brand of physical and storytelling theater productions in about 2015 in Johannesburg, where they are based. And they have been awarded a number of awards that do justice to the quality and the avant-gardeness of their work. I just name a few: the Cape Town Fringe Fresh Award, the Naledi Theatre Award, and the Standard Bank Ovation Award. We invited Theatre Duo to come to us at Jaya's. We pre-recorded a session on Blok Modisane's Blame Me on History on Monday. So if my dear colleague permits, I would love to play the video of Billy and Mahlasi reading and incorporating the words of Blok Modisane taken from Blame Me on History. Here we go.
Whatever else Sophiatown was, it was home. We made the desert bloom, made alterations, converted half verandas into kitchens, decorated the houses and filled them with music. We were house proud. We took the ugliness of life in a slum and wove a kind of beauty. We established bounds of human relationships which set a pattern of communal living, far richer and more satisfying materially and spiritually than any model housing could substitute. The dying of a slum is a community tragedy anyway. It was especially true of Sophiatown, the most cosmopolitan of South Africa's black social igloos, and perhaps the most perfect experiment in non-racial community living. They were perfect, of course. The inevitable racial tensions, which did not necessarily flare up into color-cased explosions. Africans, coloreds, mixed bloods, Indians and Chinese lived a raceless existence. It is true that as racial groups, we were placed socially and economically on different levels of privilege. White was the ultimate standard, and the races were situated in approximation to this standard. The Chinese were nearest to white. They were allowed into white cinemas and theaters and some restaurants. The coloreds, nearer white. They, and in some other restaurants, the Indians, near white. Social mixing was difficult, but community spirit was high.
I received a primary education in a Dutch reformed mission school in Meyer Street, Sophiatown, where every morning the lessons started with a prayer and religious instructions. And at home, many years ago, there was a prayer for every meal. And every night before going into bed, always the same prayers. I was raised by my bloke to be a dutiful Christian, and my rebellion was not her fault. When I became older, I began to challenge the very philosophy of Christianity and embarrassed her with a tirade of questions, and gradually she realized that the point I was making, that it was impossible to be black in South Africa and also be a good Christian. She was a tenacious doctrinaire. Any and every action was predestined and willed by God. The poverty, the starvation, the oppression, the degradation, all these were willed by God. If a child died of malnutrition, it was the will of God. When a black farmer laborer was flogged to death, or if an African was shot down by a farmer who later pleaded in court that he thought it was a monkey ravaging his farm, my bloke said it was the will of God. And when the farmer was cautioned by the magistrate to be more careful in the future and fined 25 pounds, it was the will of God. Man escaped responsibilities for his own action. All the injustices, the inhumanity was willed upon the bleeding body of Christ nailed to the cross. I refuse to accept that Christ died so that the white man can plunder me and bleed my body.
Nothing in my life seemed to have any meaning. All around me there was the futility and the apathy, the dying of children, the empty gestures of the life reflected in the seemingly meaningless destruction of that life, the demolition of Sophiatown. My life is like the penny whistle music, spinning on eternally with the same repetitive persistency. It is deceptively happy, but all this is on the surface, like the melodic and the harmonic lines of the kwela played by the penny whistle, or the voice of Miriam Makeba, which bristle with a propelling joyousness. But contained in it is the sharp hint of pain, almost enjoyed in a sense, as is at times heard in the alto sax of Paul Desmond, the desperation of a man in search of God. Beneath all this is the heavy storm, trooping rhythmic line, a jersey nail tolling a structure of sadness into a pyramid of monotony. The sadness is a rhythm unchanging in its thematic structure, oppressing, denominating, and regulating the tonality of the laughter and the joy. My life, like the kwela, has grown out of the gutters of the slums. From among the swelling smells of the open drains, out of the pressure of political stress and the endless of frustration. But there is always the kwela and the nice time when we surround ourselves with people. Screaming noises almost as if to convince ourselves of our existence in a glorification of our living at the feverish pitch on our nervous system, at our nice times to the orgastic rhythms of the kwela, we conglomerate into an incestuous society where sex becomes promiscuous and friendship explodes into murderous hatred. The penny whistle band picks up a rhythm, to be exact, and the music swells. The emotion rises and the imagination waxes. Then suddenly, for a brief moment only, the noise is stilled. Then another kind of noise rises. First tentatively, then swells into, until the music can no longer be heard. It is a noise which is a mixture of Hollywood films and the sounds which are not words, but moods or feelings required to transport us into an existence where white South Africa is another kind of planet, in another galaxy, and apartheid becomes a sound in a nightmare. Stack 8.
Hopman.
Shangri-La.
Vesa.
Jiga. Raba.
Heaven can wait.
Our bodies become obsessed and possessed by the rhythms. Time is frozen. Memory is obliterated as we enter into a cosmic existence. The dance becomes loaded with sex symbols. The suggestions in the gyrations become more explicit. The body surrenders to the music, to the nice time, to the sensuous. Still, the rhythm multiplies with a compulsiveness which enslaves the body. A mask-like trance encases the face, and we become dizzy. The gyrations become gymnastic, and the body contorting spectral patterns which respond only to the noise. Then suddenly the music stops. The link with the spiritual world is broken. The real becomes pregnant and present, and anger and the revulsion breaks loose. We want to strike at something, the nearest thing. You push the spy.
The purpose of the religious instruction which I received was to educate me into an acceptance of irrefutability of the scriptures of Christendom. They revealed to me that God, in his infinite wisdom, singled out to the sinful issue of Ham for the punishment even unto the thousand and thousand generations. The issue of Ham was invested for the purposes of easy identification with visual differences in skin color and damned to eternal servitude. If God had not intended us to be different, he would have made all of us the same. In his infinite wisdom, he has invested with a high visibility them for whom no redemption is possible. Even the dying of Christ on the cross shall influence no change upon their condition. There is one incident which stands with indelible persistence in my memory. It was during the days of my primary education. It was, the end of the term, and we were assembled in the church hall for an annual address to be delivered by a white elder of the Dutch Reformed Church. He stopped in the middle of the talk to inform us, the little black faithfuls. Then we were singularly fortunate. There was a Christian sincerity in his voice and bearing. We were fortunate. He told us, "My God," he said, pointing his fingers to the ceiling, "is far, far, far up there in heaven." I could not accept this faith, which was demanding my obedience, was plundering my body, and would not embrace. I was appalled by its tyranny and its honeyed words, which taught me to seek for peace and comfort in bondage. The harbingers of this faith revealed to me that man was made in the image of God, then proceeded to dehumanize me. They taught me to repeat the 10 Commandments with a particular emphasis on love thy neighbor as thyself. But in practice, they showered denunciations on me, defined me as a savage, and classed me among the beasts. There was one morality standard for white Christians and another for black Christians. Even the sermon they preached is a calabar one. Someone ought to undertake to rewrite what in South African terms can justly be called the 10 Fables of Moses, and may I suggest as a sample, perhaps the most appropriate one: black man, thou shalt not steal from the white man. This is fun.
I am thy nationalist government, thy white superiors. Thou shalt have none others.
Thou shalt not take the name of thy nationalist government in vain, nor blacken my name overseas.
Thou shalt not be misled by others, the communists, the English, the Jewish liberals, the Jingo Press, and the ANC agitators. For I, thy nationalist government, thy Lord, I am a jealous God.
Honor thy Minister of Bantu Administration and Development, that thy days may belong in the Bantustans.
Thou shalt not kill the white men.
Thou shalt not covet thy white master's women, nor commit an offense under the Immorality Act by having an unlawful and a sinful carnal intercourse and other acts in relation thereto. It is the disrepute into which Christianity has been brought which is responsible for my attitude. Deploral as it may seem, but yet perhaps the fact that the greatest faith in the world should have to be divested of its spiritual nobility, to be thus shaded with such fearful overtones, is probably the most unchristian act of all. Man's spirituality has to come to a state of decay. It is perhaps for this reason that I carry my Jesus in my heart and I turn my back from the church. Figi is a casual, non-dialect Christian, but my unbaptized daughter, Chris, and I will not approach the temples of worship until the church and the World Council of Churches shall stand up unafraid and speak out a condemnation by word and deed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Theater duo. We can't do more than this right now, so we applaud. Thank you, Theater duo, for taking us to the words and to the taste of Blok Modisana. The selection of these snippets of a longer work of Blame Me on History was made by the Sophiatown Arts Festival team, which is Sipho Ndlovu and Tami Mazibuko at the moment, represented here at the conference. So thank you for that selection, gentlemen, as well. It's very beautiful. Sorry, internet, but what I'm hearing on this table right here is so beautiful. There's new offers, new ideas in the world. There's the suggestion to read all the Sophiatown writers together as little pieces of a mosaic to get a fuller picture, and so on and so on. So it's beautiful what is happening around here. Now, we move on with our program. We stay with Blog Modisane, but we move to a speaker who's hopefully able to connect. We're having some load shedding issues here, but we will see. So I hope and I trust I will be able to welcome Lucas Letwaba with us now, who is a freelance journalist and the founder and editor of Mukuruku Media, a media agency specializing in feature articles, especially on the question of land and on land reform, redistribution and rural development and equality. So he's the author of two books on mining and on questions of land and the underground as well. I just want to cite one of the titles. It's called Broke and Broken, Shameful Legacy of Gold Mining in South Africa, which I recommend everybody to read. And Lucas has been awarded numerous times for his writing and his editing. I'm so happy to welcome Lucas Letwaba with us. I look to my colleague who's organizing the live Zoom, and I see a smiling face, so I think it's going to work. Let's see if it's going to work. Then it gives me time to say what I have forgotten to say, that Lucas Letwaba is also writing for the Daily Maverick, which has been mentioned earlier before today, also for New Frame, and so on. And the presentation we're going to hear today, later, or now, who knows tomorrow, is called Beyond the Headlines, Blame Me on History, Narrative Journalism. And I'm just looking over there. Let's see what's happening. We need some time for technical stuff? Fantastic. Then we have Tami Mazibuko here, who wants to share a word with us. Welcome.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again as I promised. This month is the International Human Rights Month, so we're also having a Human Rights Day in South Africa in a few days' time. There's an old adage that says the pen is mightier than the sword, so I still feel it stands today. The pen is still mightier than the sword. So I would like to say about Drum that Drum gave us black excellence in terms of the writers. The writers were really, they were the best at what they did, and they went out of their way to get good stories to report back to the nation and the world. So Trump played a very important role during that era up until it was discontinued, the print, that is last year. So the media and journalists, I think it's important that we have ethical journalism and journalists, so that the people are able to receive and accept the stories which are truthful. If society or the people mistrust the media or the journalists, then we are going to have a problem in the future, because everyone is the media now, and everyone is spreading out their own information for ill or worse, whether it's good information or not. So I'm not sure if centralized media, if there's room for centralized media in the future, especially in social media, because media has been decentralized. We have citizen journalists now who are contributing more than standard media publications. But anyway, media will continue, because stories will have to be told even in the future. So I'm gonna leave it up to my colleague Sipo to give us a few words also. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Just to today has been a very informative day from my side. I've been working on Blue Medicine for a long time on the construct that he's a writer, and then not that he's an idealist, right? Not that he was seeing the world in a different way. Because when I started working on him, I didn't understand the influence of words. I didn't understand the power of writing. Like you said, the power of the pen is mightier than the sword. And then it is through people like, it is through the media that we're informed, right? And then it's through the media that the truth can be understood much deeper, in a much broader concept. And then when we are living in a world where the media, it is now everyone's tool, you know, like we have all of these accesses to our cell phones. We don't know what is true, what is fake, and then also like it becomes now the public's responsibility to speak rather than the media. So now the people are speaking and the media is just transmitting. It's like now we are our own mirrors, you know, and then now it's just a matter of like creating the right channels and also archiving the right materials on how this information and also like how is this history going to be archived. And then it is through also these initiatives, like because I currently run an NPO. It's a youth crew, and then the youth crew does intercultural exchanges. It does like early childhood development programs. We work with community spaces, libraries. We also work with international NPOs of where we do youth cultural exchanges. And then when we are overseas, and then we have to like narrate the history of South Africa, you'll find that the narration is still quite the same. We are not living quite much, because I remember back in 2012, a young German child was asking me, why am I white here and dark at the back, you know? So I had to find humor in such questions, you know, like you're like, oh no, the sun, you know, we get sun top there and then stuff like that. Yeah, but in a sense, we're still like trying to like change the psychology of like, no, this is Africa. It's not a country. It's a very big continent, you know. And then it was so through the times of we doing these exchanges, I found that no, this is how the world looks to South Africa and how we should actually like pull the narration out. And then I was using the Sophiatown narration as a tool of how like diversity and interculturalism can survive from such a rift of racial government, you know. And then that's where, so Drum was like that, how do I say, that archive that has all of those stories. And then now we're coming to this media where our magazines are full of, I don't know, when did that gloss piece of paper come? You know, there was a time when you're filling the paper, you can taste it, right? Then when that gloss came about, that's when something was just, you know, things got it messy. And then it's only up to us as the public, as we are own mouthpiece, then we can write our own histories the way they are. Super. Thank you, and give it over to my colleague, Dr. Katarina Fink.
Thank you so much, Sipho, for sharing that, and yeah, for pointing out the importance of words. And you also mentioned something really, really important. You mentioned the question of archives. And this is one we're going to be talking about today, but also tomorrow, because the question that we're addressed to about the role of Jim Bailey also translates to the question of the role of the Bailey's archives. And I think we're going to have a strong panel tomorrow where we talk about what kind of archives do we need in order to be able to write these stories we want to write? How should access be organized? How can archival items be made speak to one another? And so on and so on. There will be something very interesting coming up by Siyabonga in a short while. But let me jump back into where I left you, because it's very rare that I'm early, but it happened. So we were like 10 minutes early for Lucas Letwaba, who I apologize now to. I'm sorry that we stressed you, because it wasn't even the minute when you were up. So, but now we are. Is Lucas Letwaba in the Zoom right now so that we can continue? Fantastic. So I'm just going to say the warm greeting again. We are so happy to have you. I mentioned already the amazing work you're doing. I want to reference again, for those who have missed it, the title of one of your books on mining, which I would really find recommendable for everybody to read. Broken, Shameful Legacy of Gold Mining in South Africa. I think we should dive into that. And the kind of work you're doing, not only with your own media company, but also with the New Frame, Daily Maverick, and so on and so on. It's such a pleasure to have you. We can't wait to hear beyond the headlines. Blame me on history, narrative journalism. The floor, the screen, the whatever is yours. I'm going to leave you now, and I'm looking forward to the contribution. Thank you so much. Perhaps just a note, we always take direct questions like we did with the keynote immediately after the paper, and at the end of our 4 papers we have about 30 minutes to discuss everything in context. I will moderate so you can put your questions into the Facebook or the Zoom, send me a text, whatever. Here we go, Lucas Letwaba.
Yes, we can. Lucas, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm sorry about the technical issues here from Limpopo province, the province of peace, they call it. It is always very difficult to talk about the drum era of the 1950s, because I think to many of us who got into journalism in the decades that followed, we were very much inspired by that generation. And when Dr. Spio Mahala asked me to come and participate in this symposium, I was a bit reluctant because I don't think I am worthy of walking in the same shoes as those giants, like the men we are discussing today, Blok Mudisane, Ken Temba, Henry Numalo, Obed Musi, Peter Magubane, Alf Kumalo, Peter Mashabela, all those guys. The topic for today is based on the autobiography by Blok Mudisane, Blame Me on History. But I want to maybe think that shouldn't we be asking, blame me on the future? And I'll tell you why. Blok Mudisane and his generation perfected the art of literary journalism, which is commonly known as narrative journalism. And I really have a lot of respect for them, because none of those people who were writing for Drum in the 1950s, and I'm referring to the black journalists from the ghetto, None of them had any training in journalism. These are people who came from other fields, like teaching. In fact, teaching was one of the few spaces where Black intellectuals could thrive during that era. Although publishers like John Langalibalele Dube, John Tengo Jabavu pioneered Black journalism in the 1800s and early 1900s, it was still very difficult for Black journalists during that era. So what made them extra special and what made their work resonate with the readers and what made their work remain relevant today that we are discussing it is because they had what I believe most of us journalists practicing today do not have, and that is the University of Life. Because I believe that if you are writing to an audience, you need to challenge them, you need to educate them, you need to entertain them. But you cannot do that if you do not understand the society in which you live, the society that you are writing about, the society that you are reflecting. It will be very difficult to be able to articulate your views and to challenge people and to educate them and entertain them to a point where they keep coming back for more. If you do not understand the society in which you operate, if you do not understand how society operates, if you do not understand the dynamics of society. There's a piece that was written by, I think it was Obed Musi, the late Obed Musi, one of the finest writers of that generation, who lived up to the 90s or early 2000s. May his soul rest in peace. In which he was describing Ken Temba. And he wrote that Ken Temba was so versatile that he could speak to a politician in the morning, a beauty queen at lunchtime, and a gangster in the evening, and have all of them eating out of the palm of his hand. And that to me sums up the character of those people, the journalists like Blog Mudisani in those years, because they understood issues across the wide spectrum of society. And that is what I believe made them and their work extra special. But when it comes to the issue of language, the command of language, I mean, those guys in township speak, they will say, Levasquai, Dietopis Vasquai. Their pens were razor sharp. But how many of them had a degree in English? I think it was Ken Temba and Eskiam Patlele, who are the only people that went that far in their studies. So the question is, what made them reach that level where they were adored and idolized by readers? I want to believe that a good writer, a good journalist is one who never stops reading, is one who never stops learning, is one who never stops reading their own work to challenge themselves, say, next time I write a piece, I want to do better than this. Regardless of what people elsewhere would be saying about it, would say, oh, what a great piece. As a writer, I feel that one needs to challenge themselves all the time to say, I have not done my best yet. And I think that is the kind of mentality that drove the likes of Blok Murisane and his generation. But what does Blok Murisane and his generation of fantastic writers mean to us today? And what would they mean to journalism and journalists 50 years, 100 years from now? I think today we're dealing with the issue of the digital revolution. The talk of digital revolution and its impact of journalism has been a subject of discussion for many years, since the early 90s. It continues, especially now with the advent of COVID-19 and the lockdowns that were imposed on countries across the world. It asks the question, what is the role of digital journalism? What impact does digital journalism have on the craft of journalism, especially narrative journalism? And I think while people believe that online journalism, social media is the death of narrative journalism, literary journalism, long-form journalism, and good writing, I beg to differ. Although, yes, we are living in a world of information overload. There's all sorts of information available at your fingertips. But there is still room, and I think this is the perfect time for narrative journalism to thrive. Because, yeah, social media can give you breaking news. It can give you those tidbits about what's happening, where, and how now. But you still need, and I think this is where print media needs to seize the opportunity. People are still looking for good writing. People are still looking for the Blog Murisane type of descriptive writing that goes beyond the headlines, that goes straight to the heart, that describes, Blog Murisane describes in his book something that any other writer would miss. He describes how the destruction of Sophia Town killed something in him. But he goes beyond that. He talks about the peach tree. He talks about the peach tree under which they used to play, and how the destruction of that space affected him and what it meant to the community of Sophia Town that occupied that space. So narrative journalism that was practiced by Blog Murisane and his peers those many years ago has a lot of room today still. I believe that online journalism, digital journalism, short form has its place, but there is still that need for perfect writing, that writing that takes you while you are sitting in a village in Limpopo. It takes you to KwaNongoma at the funeral service of the late King Goodwill Zwelithini kaBhekuzulu. You need a kind of writer without images, without a video, a writer who can take you there through words. Because reading, just like writing, in my view, is a healing process, especially in a world where we are always under so much pressure. The first thing when people do these days, when they wake up, the first thing they do is to switch on their phone and check social media, what is happening around the world, who called, who sent a message. And sometimes it's not always good news. By the time people drive from home to the office, they're already stressed. There's traffic, there's phone calls coming in from debt collectors, Dr. Mahala. People still need that escape. It's like football. When I was growing up in the 1980s, there was a footballer called a hero of the 80s. He was an artist. And I want to believe that Teenage Dladla, the way he played football, the way he dribbled players, the way he moved, represented that particular era of how people danced in the shepins, how people ran in the streets, how people danced when they were happy after getting that paycheck. So he offered society at the time, through his art on the football field, he offered them an escape. Today, writers have a responsibility to do the same. We are dealing with COVID-19. So many people have died. I think all of us know everyone who has died. We have someone who have lost dozens of people and so on. Society needs to be empowered with education, needs to be empowered with stories that inspire, stories that also teach, but it also needs to be challenged through writing. And I think that is where Bloch and his generation succeeded during their time. They wrote about very serious social issues in a manner that to some, it appeared to be very funny. There was one of the writers of that time, Kid Mutsisi. Casey Mutsisi poked fun at the authorities, and he poked fun at life through his column called If Bugs Were Men. That was artistry at its best. I believe that he was a genius because he was addressing serious societal issues using satire. Ken Temba also did the same. Henry Nxumalo put his life on the line. He lived the story. He was a legend of that era. So, to those who are saying journalism is dying, the standards have dropped, I want to disagree. I think there is a need for us to go back to the basics. There's still a lot of good narrative writing out there. All we need to do is to ensure that we make time to sit down and read. Because writing and reading, as I said earlier, is a healing process. And I think the generation of the 50s drum succeeded in healing the society. They succeeded in educating the society. They also succeeded in spreading the message about the human rights abuses that were happening in South Africa at the time to the world. Bloch Modisane left for Exile, Ken Temba, Chocolates for My Wife, Todd Machigiza, Professor Eskia Mphahlele, through the written word, which was very much literary journalism. They managed to introduce South Africa and South African problems to the world. And I think as a practicing journalist today, I am inspired. I still draw inspiration from that generation from time to time. When I feel that I need a refresher course, I go back to read the works of Ken Temba, Bloch Modisane, Eskia Mphahlele, and I'm grateful that they have left us this huge legacy that we are building on today. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much. You didn't hear it, so I think we have to do it again. Can we clap once more for because you should hear what was going on here. Thank you so much for that paper and the contributions about, especially what you said about healing and writing. I found very, very important to take into our conversation. And I was wondering, and cannot not cite my favorite poet on earth, which is Ocean Vuong, who would perhaps rather say writing is addressing the wound, which is what comes before the healing. So let's take that notion of healing and addressing the wound into our further conversation. There have been, as far as I've seen it, colleagues correct me, please, been no direct questions as of now, but I would have one, if I may, and it would it goes into the direction of language, because with the work you are doing with your media agencies, the tagline is Stories for Africa. I just wanted to know, Lucas, if you could speak to that a bit about the question of language in narrative journalism. That would be very interesting for me. And I think the question of language is also one that is crucial for the work on Blog Modisane. So if you want, and you could quickly respond to that. I see our technical team nodding enthusiastically. So perhaps, how do I do it now? I see him there. Okay.
Okay, do you want me to take the question now?
Yes. Okay. Yes, that would be great. I mean, the question of language in the work you are doing, and the question, like the contemporary question of language in narrative journalism.
Thank you for the question.
Pleasure.
It's a very difficult question, especially in the South African context. In the 1800s, John Tengo Zababu founded Imvo Zabatundu, which was an isiXhosa language newspaper. And then John Langalibalele Dube followed up with Ilanga Lase Natal, which was an isiZulu language. Sol Plaatje launched Kuran Dayaba Jwana, which was in Setswana. There's a gentleman here in Limpopo, Mr. Dipite Bupape. He runs a newspaper called Siponi. It's in the Northern Sotho language. I want to think that the colonial impact on South African indigenous languages has been quite huge and quite negative. So a few languages were promoted, that was English and Afrikaans, as the official languages of instruction in government institutions, institutions of learning, and so on. So as a result, you have a generation, 3 generations over 100 years, who have been communicating, who have learned that English and Afrikaans are the official languages of record in the courts, in universities, business, and so on. Ngugiwa Thiong'o, he writes in Kikuyu. Some of his works recently started writing in his mother tongue. You'll remember that the United Nations Education and Scientific Council has designated the decade starting next year as the International Decade for the Recognition of the Mother Tongue. So language is very important when communicating one's feelings, when telling a story, when communicating with an audience. But in the South African context, one will ask the question, if I write in my mother tongue, Northern Ndebele, which is not even recognized as an official language in South Africa, how much of an impact would that have? Will I be able to reach as many people as I can or as I would in English? Would I be neglecting the development of my own mother tongue if I don't write in that medium? So I think it's a question of balance. We need to find the right balance between reaching numbers, promoting language, and ensuring that languages do not go extinct. Because, as they say, we dream in our mother tongue. I don't dream in English. I dream in my mother tongue. But when I write, I have learned to write in English because that is the language that even Blok Modisane, though he was not an Englishman, he mastered the language. And the question is why? It's because those who held the levers of power dictated that that is the language that we should communicate in. So I think as African writers, we should take up that challenge to promote our own mother tongue, because language brings people together. It reminds them that they are human. They are no less human than Queen Elizabeth and the millions of people who speak and have adopted her language.
Thank you so much for that answer. It's beautiful because it complicates everything again. Thank you for that, and also thank you for reminding us of the ongoing conversation that was initiated by Ngugi Bathiongo and Chinua Achebe. It leads back to the discussions in the 1960s. So thank you for that. That was really interesting and giving us more meat to talk about even. And really, especially your point about healing and addressing the wound, I find that so important. I just check around. I let if there's any more questions coming from the chat, direct questions to Lucas. Otherwise, we will discuss with everyone after all of the papers, okay? So it's for me just to say thank you so much. Stay with us because there's an interesting paper coming up by an interesting, wonderful colleague who's joining us here from Cambridge. I say hi, Siyabonga Njisa, who's at the moment a PhD Gates Scholar at the University of Cambridge. Before that, he read for a BA as a Mellon Mays undergrad fellow at the University of Cape Town before undertaking his fill in African Studies as a Cambridge Commonwealth, European and International Trust Scholar at Cambridge University, where he's joining today. So Siyabonga is doing so many things amongst being this fantastic academic and poet. I must place that here, Siyabonga, I hope you forgive me. So Siyabonga leads the archival research cluster of the Black Cantabs Research Society, a counter-history project which aims to uncover the legacies of Black alumni at the University of Cambridge. And I think that term of counter-history and counter-memory is so important in our discussions. So based in the Faculty of History, his doctoral thesis explores the life and work of South African writer, dramatist, actor, for the first time mentioned here, and cinephile William Blok Modisane. Siyabonga is currently a research fellow at the Africa Open Institute for Music, Research and Innovation, where he serves as the UK manager of the Lefifi Tladi Collection LTC Mobile Digitization Studio. And all of that is so interesting that we could immediately dive into what you're doing and the counter-historical initiatives and the need to be mobile digitizers and so on and so on. But what we want to talk about or listen to first from you is a presentation which you entitled "Listening to Records is My Business, Replaying Blok Modisane's Disc Time Music Columns on Drum Magazine." And I think it lends itself beautifully to discussions we want to have about the sonic, the black sonic, remembering with the sonic. So Siyabonga, I'm so happy you're here. Please share your thoughts with us. And afterwards, as we did before, we have the moment to ask direct questions, and then we take everything into a general discussion again. Thank you so much. The floor is yours. Oh, yes, see? Applause coming for you.
Thank you, Dr. Catherine Fink. Thank you to also the organizers of this auspicious occasion, the 70th commemoration of Drum Magazine. Thank you to Dr. Sipho Mahala and of course, Dr. Bongani Ngulunga for the invitation as well. What I'm about to share is basically a fragment of some of the work that I've been doing on Blok Modisane. My PhD is on his life. It began with a consideration of a generation of exiles. And I think through working with the archives, I've been, in a sense, so enchanted by Blok Modisane's story, and of course, its elusiveness and incompleteness in very many ways. And so what I really want to do in the next 30 or so minutes is to basically animate and magnify and resurface really in our conversations moving forward the efficacy of music in Blok Modisane's life and what we might perhaps take from that. So I've titled this offering as Listening to Records is My Business, replaying Blok Modisane's This Time music columns on Drum Magazine. I think if I was in Johannesburg with all of you now, I think I would have benefited certainly from a listening session before, but with Zoom, you know, one doesn't want to take liberties because one doesn't know if it might work out or not. At any rate, William Blok Modisane was born on the 28th of August in Sophiatown, Johannesburg. He was the firstborn child in a family of 5 children to Christian parents, Doris and Joseph Modisane. When he was young, Modisane was baptized and confirmed into the Lutheran Church Berlin Mission, where he sang in the choir and learned the catechism. Modisane received his primary school education in a Dutch Reformed mission school in Meyer Street, Sophiatown, and later went on to undertake schooling, secondary schooling, that is, at Madibani High School in the Western Native Township, where he would later then matriculate. Modisane never went on to further his education after high school. With limited formal education than most of the Sophiatown writers that would later become his colleagues, Modisane's baptism by fire in the world of arts and letters and politics came when he worked for the reputable Vanguard bookshop in 1947. Under the congenial mentorship of the owner, Fanny Kleineman, pictured here, whom he considered as a mother figure, Modisane acquired an insatiable love for culture that would launch his long career as a writer, dramatist, cinephile, and actor. Fanny Kleineman was a lifelong rebel, Trotskyite, and trade unionist. She founded and directed the Vanguard bookshop on the 17th of April, 1931, naming it after American left-wing publishing house Vanguard Press. Kleineman acquired the reputation of being a discerning bookseller. She stocked literature that comprised European classics, such as Anton Chekhov, August Strindberg, and Thomas Mann, whilst also sustaining rapport and correspondence with internationally distinguished publishers who sent her catalogues. In this way, Kleineman managed to procure and introduce to the South African reading public books that might have otherwise never made it on South African bookshelves. These interventions and provisions made Kleineman's bookshop highly regarded and popular around Johannesburg, drawing in numerous customers to its premises, many of which became her most ardent supporters. Although most of the bookshop's customers were white, it attracted many Black readers, some of whom would later become associated with Drum Magazine. For Modisane, the Vanguard bookshop became a private world where he could escape what he called, quote, the real attitudes of South Africa, end quote. With an uncanny knowledge of books and an encyclopedic mind in all matters cultural and political, Kleineman was a significant influence in Modisane's early development as an intellectual and as a writer. Now, although Modisane formally joined Drum Magazine as a reporter in 1955 with a debut article titled Education Shebeens in November of that year, his close to a decade-long association with the magazine goes back as early as September 1951, where his short story entry, The Dignity of Begging, was published on the magazine's pages. His spell with Drum saw him publish 2 more short stories, The Fighter Who Wore Skirts and The Respectable Pickpocket, in January 1952 and 1954, respectively. He would later go on to write and publish 10 more journalistic pieces, more pointed, however, to our concerns in this presentation, 146 music features between July 1958 to June 1959 under the column title Disc Time. However, before we get into Modisane's this time music columns, I would like to provide a brief overview of Modisane's impressively eclectic, albeit elusive and fragmented career as a writer, dramatist, cinephile, and actor from the 1950s of his Sapphire Town up until he dies in West Germany in 1986. Now, in 1957, Modisane also joined the staff of Golden City Post as a music and arts critic, where he ran a Hollywood and showbiz column called Nightlife. Modisane produced for Golden City Post 51 entertainment features between April 57 until July 1958. In 58, he was also sought after by American filmmaker Lionel Roxon to be a co-script writer alongside Louis Ngosi for the film that became Come Back Africa. In 1958, again, Modisane also became a member of the African Theatre Workshop, a group of amateur Black performers based in Sapphire Town. The complete ensemble of amateur performers included Modisane himself, Netna Kasa, Louis Ngosi, Ken Temba, Zakes Mokai, Stephen Molloy, Dan Poho, Ken Gambu, Cornelius Mabaso, Sheila Fugard, and Gladys Sibisa. Modisane would go on to perform in Ethel Fugard's first Sapphire Town play, No Good Friday, which had its first opening at the Bantu Men's Social Center on the 30th of August, 1958. This is a picture from the African Theatre Workshop that he was a part of. And over here, there's Fugard. Out of shot, I think we have Netna Kasa, and then, of course, on the far, or at least on my far left, Modisane as well. After escaping South Africa for England on the Easter holidays of March 59, Modisane began a career in London as a broadcaster, actor, and playwright, appearing in 8 theatre plays at the Cambridge Arts Theatre, the Oxford Playhouse, the London Royal Court Theatre, and the Tower Theatre, among others. Modisane would also go on to star in 21 movies and series, performed in 15 BBC radio dramas, and finally wrote and adapted seven BBC radio dramas of his own, or at least that's as far as one has been able to discover in the archive. This extensive schedule that spanned Modisane's 3 decades in exile was complemented by an even busier writing, publishing, and public speaking spell, which saw him attend some of the most seminal conferences of the century, such as Catherine recently mentioned, the Mbari Conference of African Writers in Kampala in 1962, hosted by his fellow writer, Eski Mbahlele, such as also the Southern Africa and Transition Conference at Howard University, Washington, D.C. 1963, the International Congress on African History at the University College Dar es Salaam in Tanzania in 65, and finally, the International Black Writers Conference at Fisk University in 1970. Not limited to this, Modisane would go on to publish his essays, short stories, and poems in international literary anthologies, magazines, newspapers, and journals, such as the New Negro Digest in Chicago, Transition Magazine in Kampala, Black Orpheus in Ibadan, the New African in Cape Town, and the New Statesman in London, among others. Back in Sapphire Town, however, during his spell with Dra Magazine and the Golden City Post, Modisane had earned himself the reputation of being a cultural polymath and a host of elaborate dinner parties at his address on 101 Victoria Road, Sapphire Town. His former drum boss, Sylvester Steyn, notes that, quote, Bloke's visitors were delighted to enter the nice middle-class display he'd contrived inside his one-room establishment. The brass bedstead, the gents' wardrobe of Japanese oak, the almost walking refrigerator, and the ultimate modernist gramophone, housed in a double-storied wooden cabinet, shelves for records and a cupboard for cocktails below and the turntable above, with eclectic auto-coupling equipment that could eject a 12-inch shellac record and slap on a dozen more in sequence to replace it, close quote. Modisane's illegal dinner parties represented a kind of informal salon, an intimate gathering of intellectuals and visiting thinkers. Akin to the famous Parisian salons hosted by Gertrude Stein, Modisane's one-room home was sanguinely saturated by a kind of constellation of scenes, a palimpsestic dreamscape of assemblage of visual, sonic, and literary texts, which synergistically symbolized his inexhaustible cultural sagacity and intellectual gamut. Reflecting on the features of his one-room home, which he christened and called Sunset Boulevard after an eponymous Hollywood film, Modisane notes that, quote, "It was a fly over which I connected the two worlds, and in it I erected all the symbols of the world that rejected me. On the walls were hanging reproductions of Lautrec, Van Gogh, Chagall, Klier, and Miro. There were books and folders of the Impressionists unobtrusively lying about. The cabinet was stocked with cocktail glasses, wine, brandy, and beer glasses discreetly paraded, and those of my African friends who came to dinner were meant to be impressed by the ritual of making American martinis served in chilled cocktail glasses," end quote. On the face of it, the miscellanea of cultural items and iconography that Modisane saturated his living room with evince his faculty for being an eclectic aficionado, and recalling Jacob Burkert and Walter Benjamin, certainly an accomplished collector. Burkert argues that given the prestige that comes with owning things which people rarely possess, the collector's impulse to collect can be said to be motivated by the vanity of the quality of the objects that he collects. This impression is echoed by Benjamin, who notes that ownership is the most intimate relationship that a collector can have to their objects. Not because the collection of items come alive in him, but because it is he who lives enduringly in them. Certainly, Modisane embodied the worldliness of his collection, and his fidelity to it is sustained him throughout the rest of his adult life. That his room became a sort of arcade, marketplace, or phantasmagoria of all the idealism he aspired to should come as no surprise. For it is in the formation of the collector's private environment, or what Benjamin calls the interior, just that an oppositional space to the place of work can be imagined. It was in this interior just described that Modisane estimated his erudition and rehearsed, in some instances literally, the ideas that he would later ventilate throughout his career as a literary writer. His intimate public, the people who came to his dinner parties, was a kind of sounding board and litmus test, whilst also serving as a congenial yet critical forum for debate and the exchange of ideas. More significantly, the ability of Modisane's one-room shack to generate an intimate public rendered its existence transgressive and as an escape from the buffer from the stifling reality of apartheid happening outside. The white liberals who enjoyed legitimacy in their liberal circles and hostility from the state because of their proximity, sympathy, and solidarity to the Africans were able to have an approximation of the struggle of the African through their acquaintance with Modisane and others. For them, these white liberals, these dinner parties were a first-hand experience into the raw and precarious life of the African, a kind of indelible and transformative learning experience from the University of the Streets that was and still remains Sophia Town. Now, spanning Modisane's private and tactical, if not conspicuously performative motivations for the life he led, diatribes from his detractors have ranged from characterizing his attitude as pretentious, as snobbish, and as always trying to be middle class in mannerisms and behavior. However, what his detractors have failed to acknowledge is that, like most Black South Africans under apartheid, Modisane was prevented from participating in the cultural experience of the country. As Modisane puts it, quote, "The doors into the art galleries, the theaters, the world of ballet, opera, classical music were shut in my nose because I am Black. And because of this fact, I'm not therefore considered capable of appreciating them. It was decided I'm not sufficiently civilized to benefit emotionally and intellectually from the wholes of culture," end quote. Considered this way, on the one hand, Modisane can be said to have compensated for his socio-economic, political, and cultural limitations by independently investing in his life and mind with what he considered to be the intellectual habits and sensibilities of a man who lived an unbridled life. On the other hand, his self-refashioning in this way can be said to be exemplary of Irving Goffman's notion of the presentation of self in everyday life. Now, according to Goffman, sometimes an individual acts in a thoroughly calculated manner, expressing themselves in a particular way in order to give an impression that will evoke a favorable response from others. It should come as no surprise then that Modisane's contributions to Drum and Golden City Post were vignettes on or explications about matters relating to the performing arts such as literature, cinema, theater, and music. It should also come as no surprise that his last offering to Drum before his escape into exile was a music column aptly titled Disc Time. Compared to other Drum writers, Ken Temba, Arthur Maimane, Bessie Head, and Eskiam Pahlele, Modisane was not really a short story or fiction writer in the true sense of the word, if we think of it, having only produced a meager 3 short stories during the course of the 1950s. See, if we are to consider Mpahlele's consistent feature on Drum under the headline, The Lisani Stories, including Ken Temba's voluminous short stories posthumously assembled in the books The Will to Die and Requiem for Sophiatown, if we are to consider again another Drum affiliate, Bessie Head's successful career as an internationally acclaimed novelist, with assemblage of short stories were published under the titles A Collector of Treasures, Tales of Tenderness and Power, To Stir the Heart, and The Cardinals. And last but not least, if we are to consider Arthur Maimane and Casey Motsitsi's Drum short stories, which respectively truly merit an anthology of their own, we see how Bloke Modisane, like Todd Machikiza, who also never wrote any fiction and ran a music column titled Music for the Moderns, and later Jazz Comes to Joburg, we see how Bloke Modisane and Todd Machikiza could be considered as Drum's resident musical men. Modisane, as we shall see evidenced through his music columns in a moment, had a deep and insightful interest in music. His protagonist, for example, in The Dignity of Begging, Nathaniel Mokmare, invests in a piano from the proceeds of his noble trade. Modisane also tells us that Nathaniel played the piano like Arthur Rubinstein, one of the best pianists of all time. From Exile too, Modisane began an epistolary exchange with distinguished African-American writer and bluesman Langston Hughes, which culminated in a mutually beneficial friendship characterized by an exchange of music records, amongst other things. I believe Dr. Mahala will shed more light on this bromance later. Apologies for this poor quality photograph. It's the best the Yale archive of the Langston Hughes papers could provide. We also learn in this letter to Ned Nakasa that Modisane asked to be sent to his address in London 2 penny whistle instruments from a shop in Elof Street in Johannesburg. Again, the theme of music in his life, even in his correspondence with former drum writers, still persists. And of course, finally, as we've heard from the theatre duo, in Blame Me on History, Modisane ruminates on music. Therefore, as we shall see in this time, Modisane enlarges his appreciation of music and amplifies the frequency of what was then considered to be a status item, the gramophone, to the people of Sophiatown and those who read the pages of Drum. Now, in the first half of the 20th century, gramophone records, like cinema, were popular status symbols and sources of entertainment for Black urban South Africans. Imported records were available from Britain as early as before the First World War and became so popular with minstrel companies and school choirs that some educators complained that gramophones were poisonously promoting foreign musical styles and retarding the growth of African musical literacy. During the interwar period, African-American musical styles became well-established cultural phenomena in urban African entertainment circles. For example, from the East London's Gypsy Melody Makers popularizing a closer translation of When My Sugar Walks Down the Street by Ella Fitzgerald, from the Manhattan Brothers from Johannesburg imitating the Mills Brothers from the USA in Ohio, to the Merry Blackbirds playing the music of Duke Ellington, Count Basie, and Louis Armstrong, among others. Now, Paul Gilroy argues that these special cultural relationships are a long process in which the cultures of Africa, the Americas, the Caribbean, and Europe have interacted and transformed each other. They have involved the movement of individuals, the international circulation of books, and have above all been signaled through the transnational power of Black musics, which have reached out beyond the boundaries of the nation state. For Gilroy, gramophones are one of the means through which aesthetic and cultural exchanges and conversations between different populations across the diaspora have been constructed and negotiated. Thus, we will see how in Disc Time, Modisane not only showcases his extensive knowledge of music, but acts as a kind of cultural mediator between his gramophone and the record collection on the one hand, and the reading public of Drum magazine on the other. By transposing his record collecting habits to the pages of Drum, by way of reviewing albums and songs, Modisane acted as a kind of cultural index and conduit to the life of arts and letters that most Black South Africans were deprived of. In his This Time columns, Modisane provides the name of the record, the music label it's from, and rates it out of 5 stars before offering his criticism and advice to the readers of Drum. An X rating would mean that the record was lousy. 1 star meant that it was poor. 2 stars meant that the record was fair. 3 stars suggested that he considered the record good. 4 stars denoted that it was really good. And whilst finally 5 stars signaled that it was altogether excellent. Now, from the almost 150 records that Modisane reviewed, I've selected to replay, revisit, and reread a few for the interest of time. I've also included as a visual aid the album covers of the records Modisane wrote about, courtesy of the Discogs Archives, which is, of course, the largest online music library database.
What the Bible says is true.
The first music feature appears in the July issue of Drum magazine. Here, Modisane appraises Miriam Makeba and the Skylarks, one of the most successful South African vocal groups that blended American influences with South African rhythms and vocal styles. He says, quote, "The Skylarks are perhaps the best female close harmony group, and all this thanks to Miriam Makeba's fronting. Their reading of Hush, the old-time Manhattan Brothers evergreen, is refreshing and movingly sincere. Miriam's personality dominates these spirituals, her voice, the guiding light. But the Do Unto Others version hinges too closely on the brothers' interpretation, a real goodie." In the same July issue, Modisane offers a scathing critique of one of South Africa's greatest penny whistle artists to grace the Kwela music scene, Spokes Mashiane. His album was released in 1958 by Quality Records from Canada. Modisane says that, quote, "Spokes Mashiane, which he rated 3, is the recognized prince of the penny whistlers. His phrases race through furiously, his tone sharp and clean, but is not terribly creative. And I believe I've heard those ideas on Chicago Blues several other times on different discs. I think he's reaching for rock bottom. He now stands at the crossroads. He may sink his tap roots there and grow fat on his good name, or burn his bridges and follow the trail of Batshank. Only the creative artist will remain standing when the growth of African jazz is recorded. Only those who build on their themes will survive. Repetitive jazz is bound to die." He was clearly unhappy about that offering. In the November 1958 issue, Modisane tunes his ear towards the other side of the Atlantic and listens to the burgeoning scene of jazz in Black America through a 1957 collector's item jazz anthology called Jazz Omnibus. Here, Modisane considers a rich cast of canonical American jazz practitioners and betrays his own bias towards the piano. If we remember, as we said, that in his short story, The Dignity of Begging, the theme of music is sustained through his protagonist having had a piano. So again here, as we'll hear in a moment, we get a sense how much important the piano was to Modisane. He says, quote, Miles Davis, the Jazz Messengers, Dave Brubeck, Duke Ellington, are only some of the artists in this bumper disc. But for my money, and if you have the guts, scratch off these tracks and leave only My Lonely Heart by Errol Garner. For me, at any rate, this piano is poetic. Garner captures the longing strains of a lonely heart, the self-pity, dreams, and violent search for understanding. It screams to heaven in waves of fluid sounds of fleecy clouds. This disc gains a 5-star rating on this track only, end quote. In the November 1958 issue of This Time, Modisane reveals again his sympathy and love for Kwela music, a genre which evolved from the Marabi sound and brought South African music to international prominence in the 1950s. In this entry about the Transvaal rocking jazz stars, Modisane also routinely mentions that he would give away 10 records for his collection if someone did not like them or like the album. This indicated both Modisane's conviction in the quality of the record and the extent of the expansiveness of his record collection. He says of this album, Karamba, Heat of Africa, is that Kwela standard Buta Malaisha renamed and dressed up in fancy lace. This tune is the king of Kwelas. Man, don't stop running till you buy this one. If you don't like it, I'll give you 10 records of your own choice from my collection. Now, how's that? How's that for bragging about his collection? In November 1958, Modisane returns back to the Black American jazz scene, this time talking about Louis Armstrong's monumental 1957 offering, Satchmo the Great, and the politically charged US State Department funded tour, which characterized the making of this record. He says of Satchmo the Great, quote, find me a man who doesn't like Satchmo Armstrong and I'll show you a dinosaur. All the excitement, the atmosphere, the live concerts recorded in Ghana and Europe bustle on this record, as well as music extracts from the soundtrack of the film Satchmo the Great. Relive the exciting moments of the film by spinning this on your turntable. Now, in the 1950s, while we're still here, the US State Department had realized jazz music's potential as a Cold War weapon. They had hoped that by showcasing popular American music around the globe, they would not only introduce audiences to American culture, but also win them over as ideological allies in the global Cold War. Legendary jazz musicians such as Dizzy Gillespie and Louis Armstrong, as mentioned by Bloke here, were deployed to trumpet American values in newly decolonized states in Africa and Asia. What is interesting, however, to note is that by the time of reviewing this album by Louis Armstrong, Modisane would not have known that he too would be entangled in global cultural Cold War politics through his affiliation and activities with the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which of course was the front organization of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. In the first issue of the year 1959, Modisane animates the 1958 live album of the First Lady of Song, Ella Fitzgerald. In this feature, Modisane his impressive musical literacy and knowledge by stating that the Opera House has never seen anything like this before, suggesting that Ella Fitzgerald's live concert was one of the best the venue has ever witnessed, and that he, Modisane, knew for sure because he was abreast with developments in music and entertainment around the world. Modisane also earnestly expresses his desire to have been at the Opera House during the recording of this album, an indication of just how much he appreciated her music.
Thank you.
So of this record, Modisane says, put Ella in front of jazz giants like Getz, Hawkins, Jacquet, Young, Eldridge, J.J. Johnson, then season with a responsive live audience and sparks begin to fly. You ain't heard nothing yet till you listen to Stomping at the Savoy and Lady Be Good. Man, the opera house was never like this. I sure wish I was there. Squares keep out. This is too good for you. Still in America, Modisane magnifies another opera house recorded live album, this time in the 1957 Modern Jazz Quartet with the Oscar Peterson Trio. Released by Verve Records in New York, Modisane gave this project a 4-star rating. Of this offering, he says, this is the perfect disc. If you like drawing room jazz, intellectual, and calm style, which relies more on musical value than hysterics. Against this is the stimulating, driving, and pulsating flying style of Oscar Peterson, whose antics are incredibly moving, both maddening and a little histrionic, a natural for bringing any house down. Now, Bloke Modisane's, before I end, Bloke Modisane's longest music feature on disc time, and one which was published after his escape from South Africa into exile in 1959, was the album on the jazz opera King Kong. Modisane gave this record a handsome 4.5 stars. Because of the sheer length of the feature, I've only selected excerpts from his column, which give an overall impression of what he made of the record. So he says here, listening to records is my business, where the title comes from. Listening to records is my business, and I've heard some horrors in my time. But King Kong is, without any reservations, my greatest listening experience, and you can quote me. Having seen the play helps, but if you haven't, don't pull your hair out. This record has a life of its own, a new dimension. Now, Modisane's idea that the King Kong record has a life of its own and that it altogether has a new or different dimension from the actual play King Kong itself reverberates Adorno's claim that the gramophone record comes into its own as a form of sound figures. For Adorno, the ability of the LP record to repeat songs fosters a familiarity and convenience which is not afforded by the ritual of live performance. In this way, music records such as Modisane's copy of the King Kong musical allow themselves to be possessed just as one would possess art prints or other cultural ephemera. Now, in this review, Modisane says of the cast members, Nathan King Mjeje, Miriam Joyce Makeba, and Joseph Lucky Mokgotsi are songsational. Ruth Petal Nkonyane is adequate, and Helen Miriam Gama is the only weak link in the cast. She needs about 6 years of singing in township halls, from which she will emerge a great voice or crack. Special tribute goes to Stanley Glasser for his exciting and imaginative orchestrations, and to the unseen, but always heard, heroes in the orchestra pit. In this extract, Modisane names some of his favorite acts from the cast of King Kong. He also forthrightly critiques one of the cast members. And finally, true to form, as someone who was quite vocal about the exploitation of African artists, Modisane admirably recognizes and celebrates those artists who are behind the scenes. In the final review, Modisane reviews Sad Times, Bad Times, and the Kwela song. He says of the offerings, songwriter Todd Machikiza has captured the turbulent life of the township with Sad Times, Bad Times, the nostalgia, the pathos, the dreams, the sudden violence. Yet over this is the zest for life, the vitality. Kwela Kong throbs with all the excitement of a Saturday night in a shebeen. This is the Kwela, pulsating and propelling. The basic rhythm is kept pure, but there's a development of the harmonic refigurations which are so essential to Kwela. As it happens, I'd like to play this song because it's one of my favorites. In this assessment of the song Sad Time, Bad Times, Modisane pays homage to his former drum colleague, Todd Matshikiza's incredible songwriting skills. It is worth mentioning as an aside that this was not the first time Modisane had evaluated the talent and genius that was Todd Matshikiza. In the December 1956 issue of Drum, in a piece titled Matshikiza Makes Music, Modisane went on to describe Matshikiza's Uxolo Xhosa cantata as sheer magnificence. Of the Kwela Kong song, Modisane likens it to the excitement of a Saturday night shebeen scene, a spirited scene he would later return to in chapter 9 of his autobiography, Blame You on History. Once again, the theatre duo read from those passages. Heaven can wait. I still remember that line. Now, with all things considered, if we are to follow Adorno's formulation that records enable us to hear ourselves, and that the gramophone has a mirror function in which the musical artist on the record serves as a substitute for the sounding image of the record player's own person, then Modisane's music columns can be read as sustained instances in which he, as a record collector who considered listening to records as his business, preserved his sonic sensibilities and archived the popular soundtracks of his day. With the recent discovery of James Baldwin's record collection and the subsequent consolidation of a digital playlist of the albums he kept during the course of his decorated career as a writer, there is something to be said about the musical impressions that Modisane left behind on the pages of Drum. The discography of Modisane's Disc Time columns, including his correspondence and concerns about music, provides a speculative soundscape of his listening habits and deepens our understanding of the efficacy of music in his life. Replaying Modisane's archive of records, as we have done in this presentation, also sheds light on the variegated music that absorbed and characterized his career as a writer, dramatist, cinephile, and actor. Thank you for listening.
Yo, Siyabonga, thank you so much. You should, yeah, exactly. You should listen to what's going on here because people are excited. The floor is open again for direct questions to Siyabonga. I don't know if there was one in the chat, but I heard one around our table here. The question was, what is he actually doing? Is he playing the record? So you must perhaps give us an idea. You were pressing a button or were you really changing a record? Were you listening to it on vinyl? That's question number one that you probably can answer super swift. The second one is more like a desire. I really can't wait for the day that we sit together and we play these records on vinyl in what you dubbed so beautifully about Modisane, an intimate public. And then if I may, because I don't hear any crit from my dear colleagues here, I have a question concerning, and that also goes in line that we have been talking about a joint project with Tumi Mokhorosi, Robert Machiri, and so on, about the sonic and the speculative about the record, the suitcase of records that Modisane was traveling with or migrating with or moving on with. I would love to hear, because you talked about Adorno and the gramophone, and I would be interested in, is there also like a notion of Afrofuturism in there? Because when you talk about records and the crackle in time and so on, is that a term that is interesting for you in your work, Afrofuturism and the sonic? So I just look around on my screens, but I don't see anything else directly now. So if you could respond to these three. Okay, it's actually only two because the second is just a wish, but I hope you do it. So these two questions, Siyabonga, could you reply? Sorry, I'm looking around because I don't know where to look in this screen.
Oh, that's fine. Same here. Too many screens for me. No, I'm not playing actual vinyl records.
We thought so. Shame.
That was the imagined topic ideal I had. I would have tried to facilitate that if I was in South Africa, and it would have been easier to do that there and collaborate with some people who I know. But in any event, I was inspired by this new development in James Baldwin's life, which is unfolding with regards to this recently found musical records, and just the ability to, in a sense, sonically experience some of the seminal pieces of music that he would have listened to in between those incredible texts that we are so indebted to. So with Blok Modisani, I consider what he did at this time as a sense, a record in itself of some of the music that was dear to him. And it would be really interesting to have a very fuller sense of the kind of works that he kept. I mean, you keep mentioning that he had a suitcase of music. So what I basically did is that I went to this time and I found the tracks and I found some of the LP records. And because of the technological age now, you can be able to download these songs and make a digital playlist. So that is the inspiration, really, to in a sense hear Modisani and to hear where his sonic sensibilities have come from and what was he listening to at Victoria Road 101 in Sophiatown. What was he listening to in all those travels in London and New York and Germany and Italy and the like, because as you said, he carried these songs. So this is only but one fragment, it's only but an episode of his development into music. He's trying a few ideas out here, which he would later ventilate in programs, in Exile with the BBC and the like, and some of the jazz shows that he did too. So I'm trying to find out what his beginning was like, and this is an extraordinary document that he left behind. It's almost a trail of some of his impressions, but a trail of also a discography that was very dear to him. On Afrofuturism, I haven't considered that. It's an attractive idea. I'm still in the very early stages about considering Modisani's sound or listening to Modisani. And I mean, I'm steeped in history. I work with archives, and so in a sense, what I'm really trying to do is surface this work either than make polemical arguments about what they mean. Although I have to say, I've been indebted to Paul Gilroy's idea of the record sleeve, and of course Adorno on the curve of the needle and the long playing record, and a few other works that have come out very recently. There's a beautiful book titled Vinyl Theory, which I'm currently mulling over, and which I think I will return to in terms of considering Modisani's sound, or Modisani's orality, or Modisani's soundscape.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And I was also thinking about because that move, like the temporality that is inscribed in records and in music, with Afrofuturism, perhaps also hauntology. I don't know, like big words, but perhaps it's interesting to see them in that generation of people who were futurists in a sense. So much. Colleagues, is there another question to Siyabonga? Otherwise, we move on to the next paper. I just say thank you so much, and we will, applause, lots of applause. And afterwards, we will discuss all the papers together, so we won't lose. And what I just, sorry, I just want to put it out there because I think it's also important. You, like in the jazz columns and in what you talked about, Siyabonga, there's the metaphors of cooking that are in there, in the work. I find also so interesting, like the sensual writing about the taste and about seasoning stuff. And it seems to be also one of the big things he apparently liked to do, like to host and to treat people with food, and also having this metaphorics enter his writing. So thank you. I have the pleasure now to welcome, I mean, it's an old story because I've been welcoming him all day, but it's such a pleasure to welcome my dear co-convener, Dr. Siphiwe Mahala, who all of, applause, who all of you know by now, but still, writer, researcher, filmmaker, initiator of so many things. We want to hear you speak about a topic that is the right thing to go into the weekend, bromance. And you've been touching on topics of masculinity quite a lot in your writing. I just remember When a Man Cries, but we also know your Sophiatown writing quite a lot with African Delights, with your incredible work on Kentamba. So now we want to hear what you have to say about the transatlantic bromance, the Blok Modisane and Langston Hughes connection. And I see somewhere there's a volume of African Treasury lying around, so I'm very curious. Forgot. So I'm curious to hear what's going on there. Thank you, Spio. We're looking forward. I cleared the space, you just now.
Thank you, colleague. Well, I think Siyabonga's presentation shows us quite clearly how expansive Blok Modisane scholarship is. As we indicated earlier, that his contribution is enormous. And I think a focus on him is long overdue. And this, hopefully, is the beginning of concerted efforts to revisit his legacy, leading up to 2023, which would mark what would have been his centenary. And by the way, I incorrectly said this year marks 60 years of Blame on History. Actually, it is 2023. Blame on History was first published in 1963. So I'm here to speak about the bromance, that's correct, transatlantic bromance, the Blok Modisane and Langston Hughes connection. This is a bromance that burgeoned particularly in the period between 1960 and 1967. So I will try and confine my presentation to that period specifically. But before I do that, I would like to read two excerpts, one from a Blok and the other from Langston Hughes. Then the train entered and puffed its way out of Mafeking and South Africa, and everything I had known, loved and hated, remained behind me. I was out of South Africa, but it was no victory or solution. The compulsive agony was still with me. The problem was still with me. Only its immediacy was removed. Like an orgasm in bed, the tension was released, but the filth slimed down my thigh, dripping onto the sheet. My physical life in South Africa had ended. That's Blok Modisane in his postscript of Blame on History. And the next one is from Langston Hughes. My interest in native African writing began when I was asked by the editors of Drum, a Johannesburg magazine for non-white readers, to become one of the judges for a short story contest for indigenous South African writers. Some of the work that came to me contained pages which moved, surprised, and quite delighted me. I determined to see how much more writing of interest was being produced by Black Africans. This is from an African Treasury published in 1960. It's a publication by Langston Hughes, in which he featured writers from across the continent. So what's happening is Hughes, even though he was born in America, he was very conscious of his blackness, of his African roots. So he determined to trace and reconnect with Africa. And in doing that, he was in correspondence with many cultural activists, political activists from the continent. He was friends with mainly Azikiwe, who later became the head of state of Nigeria. He corresponded with the likes of Eski Mphahlele, the likes of Todd Matshikiza, and Bloke. So the material that I'm going to be presenting from is derived mainly from correspondence between Bloke Modisane and Langston Hughes, covering the period between 1960 and 1967. In that period, they exchanged no less than 50 letters. I almost said email. There were no emails at the time. It's letters. And we're able to access them now because Bloke Modisane was very conscious of keeping archives. Sorry, Langston Hughes was. What he would do when he sends a letter, because when you send a letter, it means you've lost it. You are at the mercy of the next person on the receiving end. But what Langston Hughes did, and did so diligently, was when he writes a letter, he let his secretary make a copy of it, kept it, and then sent. Similarly, when he received letters, he archived them. So that's how Bloke Modisane built an archive. That's why we are able today to access that material. And unfortunately, the largest part of this material is not accessible in South Africa. It's sitting at the Beineck Library in Connecticut, Yale. So that's where I spent hours researching some years ago. In any case, looking at these two, Langston Hughes was 21 years older than Bloke. And Langston Hughes was already a star, very well known as from the Harlem Renaissance, as one of the lead figures. And Bloke was in exile in London at the time. So the bromance that developed, while Langston was in touch with so many of these guys, I found out that he had a much more intimate relationship with Bloke Modisane. They corresponded. At times, their letters would cross each other. As one is writing to the other is also writing. And they would write to each other, sometimes receiving letters a day or 2 days apart from each other. So they had this very intimate relationship. But as a way of background, the first contact that Hughes had with the drum writers or South African writers, prominent South African writers at that, it was through Peter Abrahams. After the publication of Peter Abrahams' Tell Freedom in 1954, Langston wrote a review and later on wrote to the author himself, Peter Abrahams. So I quote from that letter dated 30 May 1954. He says, talking about Tell Freedom, "I love that book. So alive and immediate and real and moving. Thanks a lot for those addresses of African writers. I'd already written several folks in South Africa, Liberia, Gold Coast, etc. And to my college mate, Ben Azikiwe, whom I'll see here next week." So here, Langston Hughes had been trying to get hold of African writers when he started having ideas about producing an African treasury. So until this point, the only South African writers that Hughes was exposed to were your Ellen Patton, Nadine Godimer, and obviously Abraham himself. So when he put together an African treasury, finally in 1960, he featured several South African writers. Of course, it was about African writers, but he featured several South African writers, including, amongst others, Phyllis Ndandala, Ken Temba, Henry Nxumalo, Todd Matshikiza, and Modisane himself. And Modisane, what he published there is a piece called Why I Ran Away. In other words, where he talks about how he went to exile. And so at this stage, Modisane and Hughes had not met in person. They had corresponded, and the first correspondence between the two was done in an innocuous manner, where you find Modisane addressing Hughes as Mr. Hughes, inquiring about, the publication of his story in the book. And finally, the book was out in 1960. Bloch received his copy. And then Hughes was at one point invited by Azikiwe to his inauguration as the Governor General of Nigeria. And so he had to fly via London. So that's when they met physically. And that's also when they became very close friends. That's when they started understanding each other. And their conversations were no longer limited to publication. In fact, it would seem like they wrote each other for the sheer enjoyment of language, of sharing ideas, and just solidifying their friendship. So if you look at this letter, for instance, Bloch talks about the difficulty of being an exile, an unemployed one at that, in London. This letter is was written in 1960, 20th October 1960. He describes his situation as thus: I believe the definition for a struggling artist is a man, creative artist by repute, who lives on the advance of the next work. I drift from job to job, working my guts out by day and writing by night. I'm 36, and like Symbol, I haven't worked my way through to the first alimony. But I'm told there's hope yet, except that hope and I have been buddies for a long, long time. That we get on famously together. But I keep hoping, there's that word again, that maybe someday I'll get published in a glossy and make me enough to live on while I write my first book. The great South African novel will outsell the Bible. So you have a man here, an exiled artist, who is in England and still dreaming of having his break, and of course outselling the Bible. I'm not sure how possible that is, but there's nothing wrong with dreaming. Anyway, at this stage, their relationship is really burgeoning. The bromance. By bromance, then I mean brotherly love between two gentlemen. So the bromance, the B is not silent, if that is a point of interest in any way. So after their meeting in London, and their exchange, there's a significant transition from Mr. Hughes to Langston, then Lang, and ultimately my American Bantu. You'd know the connotations of a Bantu in South Africa at the time. It was a reference to black people. So, but Bloke and Langston sort of embraced that word. Thus, Langston became Bloke's American Bantu. And there is this letter where Hughes is really upbeat about meeting Bloke again. And this letter is written in 1960 again, on the 2nd of December, where he is reflecting on their meeting. He says, "I'm still remembering that delightful little party at your place, and I enjoyed meeting Todd," that is Todd Machikiza, Jimmy, Sonny, and the others very much. It was fun. I'm sending you my blues record today. And again, this touches on what Siyabonga Njika was presenting before me here, that it was no longer just friendship, it was cultural exchange, it was political solidarity. Their bromance would, as you shall see, impact on the relationship that the civil movement in America would have on the liberation struggle in South Africa. We'll talk about that more as I continue. So it is through his friendship with Mudisane that Hughes' home became a point of convergence for South African exiles. In other words, Hughes had his house at number 20 East in 127th Street in Harlem. So at some point, it was almost like the headquarters of the Organization of African Unity, because almost every African that came to New York, one way or another, wanted to go and announce their arrival at Langston Hughes' place. Actually, even diplomatic houses, diplomatic missions started sending people there, and Hughes actually threatened to charge them for his diplomatic services. Anyway, at one point, Bloke sent a letter to Langston, telling him that a young journalist from South Africa will be visiting, and that journalist was Louis Ngosi. So Ngosi went there with this referral from Bloke, and after their meeting, Hughes wrote to Bloke in a letter dated 27 July 1961. He says, "Last night I met your friend Louis Ngosi, who came up to Arthur Spingram's apartment about 10 with a very pretty English girl." Well, typical of Ngosi. Ngosi said, "You are a very good actor." And I said, "You are a very good writer." And we both agreed that you are also a good guy. So maybe you could hear us talking about you way over in London. As the old saying goes, your ears should have burned. So Hughes had embarked on this mission of rediscovery of his African ancestry, and Modisane was key, was integral in that process. So what they did, they shared not just ideas, but even tangible cultural items. This letter, dated 1st July 1961, Hughes sends a consignment to Mudisane, who is in London, by the way. He says, in the same consignment is a parcel which I hope you like, a piece of African bead, this is from Mudisane, a piece of African beadwork. England is not the same anymore. I guess I just have to come to the US because the way I see it, we still have a long drinking date. I'm just developing my fins so I can make the long swim. No kidding. I think of you every time I call. Whiskey. So this is also telling about their sessions. Mudisane moved from Sophiatown, where he had his house, which was called the Sunset Boulevard. And as we know, Ken Temba had his called the House of Truth. So what is common about this setup is that they had good conversation over a bottle of whiskey or something similar. So hardly 2 weeks after Bloch and Langston met physically in London, Hughes sent several gifts also. He says, a second smaller box coming your way contains a blue suit and some scarves, all of which I hope will be of some use in damp old England. Missing is your genial personality to cheer me up. Come on over here to New York, man, so I can see you more often. You are my favorite Bantu writer. In fact, my favorite Bantu. So they shared these banters, calling each other Bantu, and they shared, these even clothing. At one point, someone had left a jacket in Langston's house because he had so many visitors. He didn't know, so he just took it and sent it to Bloch, because when he looked at it, he felt that Bloch, it would fit Bloch. Similarly, we've seen the cultural garments. But also, Langston tried to learn isiZulu. There are several letters where he actually tries to greet in isiZulu, Sakubona. At one point he says, so if to greet one person I say Sakubona, does that mean if I'm talking to many people, is it Bakubona? So they had those kinds of exchanges, and at one point, Langston was going to meet with Ezekiel Mphahlele, and Bloch advises him to greet him with Pula. So here, much as Langston was a much more well-established writer and a globally recognized personality, he knew he stood to benefit from Bloch. So there was reciprocity in their relationship. They were equals. Much as many times when Bloch had financial difficulties, Langston was the one who came to his rescue, because of course he was in a better financial position. He was a writer, a columnist, a TV presenter, a music composer, and all, very much celebrated in the US. So by exchanging information about their own lives, they were sharing the tenets of blackness. In this letter, written in January 1961, Mudisane goes on a trance. As I said, they just at times wrote for the sheer enjoyment of the language and just sharing ideas. So Mudisane says, I'm real glad I'm black. The black positiveness of life complete, the total capacity to accept the living of life, the stupor of drunkenness, of happiness, the depth of hurt, anger or sorrow, the synthesis of happiness and sorrow, the composite child of life, pulsating, brush, coarse as hatred, joy smooth, stupid yet Solomon wise, frail, weak, confused, Shore, diverse continent, Cape mild, acrid scorching, Sahara, mellow Mediterranean, sum total blackness in the oneness that is I. That's Bloke Modisane. So they had these kinds of exchanges, and I've actually witnessed this among the old school writers. One reference I can make, for instance, is a few years ago when we hosted Ben Okri, and we went to Professor P.T. Kandule's house for dinner. And to my pleasant surprise, it was not just about sitting and having a conversation. These fellows who knew each other in England started writing poetry impromptu and reciting to each other. And this is the stuff that we've seen with rappers, for instance. I'm too old to know what it's called, but the hip-hop artists, the younger generation, often do that. And apparently, this is the kind of exchange that has been there in the arts and intellectual world. But again, going back to Bloke, one of the most difficult periods in his life as an unemployed, or rather as a struggling artist who got piece jobs in London. He writes to Langston on the 10th of May, 1962. He says, "Our union dared to drag us out on strike, and for 6 months I haven't worked. I've been living on love and fresh air, mostly fresh air. That stuff is great. Don't try it. In the meantime, I developed the art of starvemanship, so I become the incredibly vanishing man. All I know is I'm tired. Nothing I do is good enough. Things don't change. It's all a drag. You know, yesterday was just like today, and tomorrow will be like yesterday. I don't know. Sometimes I want to go back to South Africa. At least there I was alive. Something was happening all the time. Now I'm just dead." So as you can hear, this is a very despondent Bloke Modisane. This was one of the most difficult moments in his exile. And whenever such things happen, he always turned to his friend, Langston, who, without fail, would do something. Most of the time, he would send cash immediately via union, whatever they call it. And but what he also did was to organize a series of lectures for Bloke. In other words, as Bloke could not work in London, and you'd recall at this time South Africa was, the whole world was looking towards South Africa. This is after March 1960, the Sharpeville massacre. So after Sharpeville, South Africa drew attention of the world. And that is when most artists, politicians, and all sorts of activists started streaming out of the country. 1961, Umkhonto weSizwe was formed. 1962-63 was a very intense period politically in South Africa with the Rivonia trial and all others. So all eyes were on South Africa. So it was the duty of the artists, the duty of intellectuals to let the whole world know exactly what is happening, to depict the situation, what apartheid South Africa was all about. So Langston Hughes organized a series of lectures for Bloke in various states across the US. So these lectures, Langston's, Bloch's purpose was to conscientize the world out there. So finally, when this was settled, Modisane wrote to Hughes after the confirmation. This is 16 February 1963. He says, "Thanks for the invite to be your guest. I would much rather prefer that to a hotel." In other words, Hughes had offered Langston, a Bloch, to stay in his place. So Bloch says, yes, he would rather prefer that to a hotel. That is, if you are sure it's okay. You know, I'm a bit wild, the jungle and everything, you know. I still carry traces of the flora. So Hughes, he was almost like a child, his level of excitement about his friend's visit. So the above letter is written on the 16th of February. And by the 22nd of February, Hughes wrote another letter, and he closes it with this line: "Bring your Bantu self. Come on. I have a feeling New York has seen nothing like you." So he was really, really looking forward to his visit. So, but the core of his message, as Bloch delivered these public lectures across the US, the core of his message is entailed in his piece, in his essay called "Why I Ran Away," which was published in an African tragedy. Sorry, in an African treasury, as indicated earlier. The piece partly reads, and this, I think, summarizes the role of artists, activists, and other intellectuals. He says, "I hope that through my writing, I can yet make the world realize the danger gathering in the Union," that is the Union of South Africa, "that what will happen there will touch the rest of the world, for the world outside is responsible for the furtherance and continuance of the system. I indict the world. Every investment, every gold bar bought from South Africa helps to pay for the machinery of apartheid." So in other words, this was part of campaigning for the sanctions against South African government at the time. You would recall that later the same year, Miriam Makeba addressed the UN General Assembly, where he appealed to this multilateral body to impose sanctions against South Africa. And by the way, this was not known until 3 years ago, that the speech that Miriam Makeba read at the UN Assembly was actually written by the late Professor Kirapetsi Khosisile. I wanted to write about this when he was still alive, but his humility wouldn't allow it. So this was only revealed by, again, the late Jonas Gwangwa at Khosisile's memorial service. So I think up to now we've done enough to illustrate the meaning of this bromance and how it developed and how intimate it was. However, it was not linear. In other words, over the years, they could not correspond on a weekly basis the way that they did initially. And also, given the age gap between the two, that Hughes was 21 years older than Bloch, and also that Bloch was essentially struggling to establish himself, and Hughes was at the end, towards the end rather, of his career. So if you check by 1965, Mudisane was now getting more paying assignments, both as a writer and as an actor. So Hughes, on the other hand, had discontinued his popular symbol column. He no longer did the TV show. He was not as popular as he was when he was younger, but nonetheless, he still remained an internationally respected figure as he still is today. So, but the trend here in their correspondence is that while Hughes was still determined to write constantly, Bloch's energy was waning, partly because he did not, from the beginning, he did not write as consistently as Hughes was, because he had jobs in different areas, whereas Hughes was purely an artist. Anything he did related to art, journalism, and we're talking here different arts disciplines. So now, by 1965, Bloch was the busier of the two, traveling the world. So his letters had become less frequent, but noticeably longer. Partly because when he finally wrote, he would write and give a long explanation. Actually, he starts by a long explanation to apologize, and then has to update Langston about what has happened since the last time they communicated. So at one point, he's in Tanzania shooting a film there. So he tells Langston about the weather and everything else. This is my favorite part. He says, then there are mosquitoes, dear mosquitoes. Then, of course, one ought to be kind, but these winged clowns think I must be a chunk of prime steak, and they are biting away cheerfully, leaving me with lumps all over. It's too hot, even for sex, and I keep wondering how people procreate. So, on 20 January 1967, I'm trying to wind up to the end. On 20 January 1967, Mudisane writes another long letter with a long apology. So he says, badly, I know I shouldn't be writing to you about the sun, particularly since New York may be blistering cold. So, buddy, if you should want to get away from it all, why not fly down to Kingston, where the girls are barely dressed, and Bloch won't sunbathe because it does nothing for his tan. Again, Bloch is now in Jamaica, where he's shooting another movie, and he had hoped to see Langston while in transit. But also, in this long letter, there is somewhat a sense of closure. That's why I call this section of my presentation saying goodbye without goodbye. He says, Africa must be what you meant when you wrote, I'll go so far, you won't reach me by mail. But before Hughes could receive the one Bloke had written from Jamaica, the one that I just read from, in this letter, Hughes is not feeling particularly well and longs to hear from his friend. He says, "Right now, I've got the flu. Feel like the end of nowhere. So, till I hear from you." In the same letter, Hughes expresses his wishes for his friend, whose life, as I indicated, was improving. Things were beginning to happen for Bloke at this time. He says, "I hope you become a movie star and make dollars and pounds and francs and more." And this happened to be the very last letter that Langston Hughes would be able to send to Bloke. On 6 May, Hughes called the New York Polyclinic Hospital and secretly got himself admitted. In hospital records, he only wrote James L. Hughes. And the staff might not have picked up that this was the Langston Hughes that is so well known. And so he underwent a surgery. And on 12 May, he underwent a surgery on 12 May. And at one point, he seemed to be on the mend, but suddenly his health took a turn for the worse. After contracting a virus in hospital, he stopped breathing on 22 May 1967. So, as you can see, they were both unaware that this would be the last time that they correspond, but there is a sense in which you can tell that there is some kind of a closure that none of them were aware of. So, as you can see, again, that through this bromance, a lot of connections were made. Cultural movement, political solidarity are developed, not only between two individuals, but between activists, intellectuals from two countries. So through their bromance, which really bridge the gap, minimize the gap between London and New York by mere use of letters. They were able to influence the cultural landscape and the political future of South Africa. Thank you.
Okay, because my praise shouldn't go unnoticed. I just said before I was on camera, thank you so much to people. We could have listened on and on and on and on. I think, yeah, that was beautiful and so rich, and lots of the, I mean, you said it in one little line, that lots of the material is not accessible to South Africans at the moment because you have to go somewhere to look the letters up and so on. And I think that's such an important remark for the discussions we are having to have on archival policies and accessibility of material in order to create all these narratives. And when you were talking, I was reminded of two poems by Langston Hughes that just came to my mind. One about our question that we started off with, like the individual voice and the communal one. And I just want to quote that little thing from his long poem, Freedom's Plow. Thus the dream becomes not one man's dream alone, but a community dream, not my dream alone, but our dream, not my world alone, but your world and my world, belonging to all the hands who build. That's one of the most most famous poems, I think, of Langston Hughes. And then also the one where he's writing about, because we were also talking about two writers, two artists growing with one another, but also about the age difference. And I thought of what he's writing in As I Grew Older, which he actually published quite early. but when I grow older, no longer the light of my dream before me, above me, only the thick wall, only the shadow. My hands, my dark hands, break through the wall, find my dream. Help me to shatter this darkness, to smash this night, to break this shadow into 1,000 lights of sun, into 1,000 whirling dreams of sun. I just got inspired to read them out because you were talking beautifully about the power of friendship, or you were also carefully avoiding the word love, which I wonder about, which would be one of the my direct questions I would have to you. Why in your whole beautiful text about a deep friendship and growing together and supporting one another, why the word of love did not appear? It's just a question of interest. Yeah, and then really the question of accessibility, what you said about the accessibility of these archives. Perhaps you could speak to these two things a bit more, to love and the archives. While I look around for people asking questions, because I'm sure there will be some. Here's one, and let me just read it out while I'm standing here. So Joanne Davis is asking, Siphiwe, this is an amazing paper. Are you writing it as a book? So perhaps you just want to come here and answer all our questions, or would you like to whisper and I read them out? What would you like to do? Come.
You asked about love, and then
I asked about love, the second one about the accessibility of archives, where the problem is, and the third one was about, is there a book coming?
Oh, thank you, colleagues. Well, let me start with the last one. Unfortunately, there's no book coming on blog. However, as part of this symposium, we intend to put together papers presented specifically on blog, which will entail anyone and everyone who is interested in writing well-researched paper on blog Modisane. And this will be part of our build-up to 2023. So that announcement will be made officially by the Johannesburg Institute for Advanced Study. This is not the official announcement as yet. The announcement, when it's made, it will have deadlines and the guidelines. So I will happily contribute a chapter to that. Secondly, in terms of accessibility of this material, Amazwi Museum in my hometown of Makanda does have some of this material, or rather did have before I brought some more to South Africa. But after I went to the US in 2013, I was working for the Department of Arts and Culture at the time. And by the way, coming across this material, it was a personal endeavor. What I do when I travel, one of my obsessions is to visit a library or archives or museums in that country. So it was just me doing what I normally do, visiting libraries, when I came across this material. But anyway, I wrote a report to then Minister of Arts and Culture, Paul Mashatile at the time, and informed him about the wealth of information that is sitting in America about our own heritage, and made a request to return that material. And that was supported alongside, by the way, the repatriation of Nat Nagasa's remains, who had been buried in America since 1965. So both these initiatives were approved, and then we made the connections, and then this material is now available at the National Archives of South Africa in Pretoria. Part of it, actually, it's also available at Amazon Museum in Makanda. What about Trevor Huddleston Center? Yeah, as well as at the Trevor Huddleston Museum in Sophiatown. So it is now available in the public domain. You just have to visit. And then the first question about love. Well, I did not emphasize love because I thought it was obvious. And also I did mention it in my definition of bromance as a brotherly love between gentlemen. But also the question that usually arises, which I touch on also in my presentation, is whether the R in bromance is silent. In other words, some scholars have written that Langston Hughes was gay. So the question was, with this closeness with Bloch, were they not partners? My answer to that is that there is nothing that suggests that. In fact, one of Bloch's frustrations was, his divorce and the fact that he couldn't support his child. And in one of the letters, Langston writes to Bloch, telling him about a girl he dated while he was visiting New York, and all the things that Bloch and Lewis are known for. So love, no doubt, was very strong between the two, Bloch Mudisane and Langston Hughes. And as far as I'm concerned, it was platonic brotherly love. Thank you.
Thank you for these answers already. I think the love for the work is the most important love there is, the love for growing together. So that's beautiful. And I think that what you touched on, the issue of masculinity and Bloch's ideas about masculinity, this is definitely something we want to work on in the anthology, because it is, I would say, one of the core themes of Blame Me on History and lots of his writing, masculinity, and I think we have to address that to come to a fuller picture of this writer as well. It's beautiful how in the course of this afternoon lots of a story comes together, and it, as we said earlier, it really has to do with the accessibility of the archives. I need to make a small correction here because I didn't hear it proper. Because at the Trevor Huddleston Memorial Center at the moment we don't have letters by Langston Hughes or Bloch Mudisane. So sorry, I want to make this or correct that what I just nodded because I was excited, sorry. But it's also like a kind of a not yet situation, because we will speak about that tomorrow, but we are in the process of creating an accessible archive of Sophiatown related material, which will be digital, which will allow for intersections of material that we have not been able to see before. It's a big dream that we need to put into practice. The material is in place, the technologies are in place, we just need a bit of funding to realize that, but the power of connections made, I think we see that clearly in this afternoon's session, how much is in there, and that will also concern the Sophiatown writers and the material they left with us, because there's lots that is still not accessible, also lots about the German side of Mudisane's life, which we brought to South Africa, but still have to make properly accessible with the National Archives. So there's lots that will happen in the course of this year, and yeah, I think we see what this will bring already in the fragments that we have here, and it's just an amazing thing to see how the collective work of presenting, of sharing, is having a picture of Modisana as a writer emerge that is way beyond what we started off with these snippets from Blame Me on History, which are conventionally the only thing that is read by this really diverse writer. I'm just sorry, I'm confused technically. I just want to look into the chat if there are more questions. I know, no, you want to say something? No? Okay. I know there was one that was not directed to you, but I still want to read it out so that we don't forget it. Let me jump. Even more tech people, it's amazing. So there was a question that was more going to Siyabonga's presentation. I know Siyabonga is here with us. So Joanne Davis was asking, who were the dinner guests at the dinner party that you were talking about, Siyabonga? If you're here and you want to speak to us right now, perhaps you can answer that now. Ooh. What's happening? I think my the Zoom, like mine, is weird. I don't see what's happening.
He's connected, but he doesn't seem to be hearing you.
Ah, okay. Okay, then we just save that question for later. No problem as well. Okay. Let me just check on Facebook. Nothing here. Perhaps because we are moving to the last paper in our session now, before we can discuss the papers and the contributions together, should we take a small break? Because I think Putumi isn't here yet. Eh? He's here. So perhaps we just stay with one another for 2-3 minutes till the next speaker is coming. We take a short break. You can have a look at our beautiful poster artwork while we wait. And then we continue with the last paper for today's afternoon session, which will be brought to us by Mpumi Ntabeni, who's here with us at Jaya. So we're looking forward to that. Thank you. Oh, we just had a beautiful. Is it me? No. Online, offline. Which space, the virtual, or let's meet in the flesh situation here. So we're happy now to be together, even seeing one another. So I welcome Tumi Tabeni here. We've been having conversations throughout the mornings, which I really enjoyed. Happy to see you. I just read a small part of your biography. You correct me and add whatever you like or delete. This is the beauty of being together. So you live in Cape Town when you're not in Joburg at JIAS as a political commentator and writer. He writes for Southern Cross, and the book that we recommend everyone to read, called The Broken River Tent, was published by Black Bag Book, an imprint of Jacana. We have lots of Jacana people here, I see, in early 2018. And I've got like a snippet from a conversation that you were having with someone, which I really like, because it talks about the relation of text and authorship and readers. You said, and you can correct that, my writing influences are myriad. In fact, I still consider myself an avid reader who acquired an opinion about the events of our history more than I consider myself to be a writer. I like that it is mostly my readers who make me aware of the literary influences on my writing more than I do myself. And I like that quotation and pulled it out of context because I think it speaks to us as readers of Blok Modisane, talking a lot about the writer Modisane. So I thought it's an interesting quotation to invite you to the table here. There's one comment that I would love to read because it's good for us in our afternoon spirit. Lutuzono says, I'm enjoying this so much, particularly enjoyed Dr. Siphiwo Mahala's talk. So Siphiwo Mahala left the building. No, he's there. This was for you. So thank you for all of that. Now I'm looking forward to your presentation. If you want to come here, I'm happy to leave.
Thank you, Catherine. I always get amazed about this. When I'm asked to send a biograph, people never get satisfied by what I send, because I send 3 lines. And then you expand on it. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And whoever is watching us virtually and here. I am really enjoying this. I didn't expect that I would enjoy it so much, and I am even calling it what did Mawa say? The 1,000 flowers are blooming on Blok. Oh. Isn't that a little bit poetic? Mawa's 1,000 flowers are blooming on Blok. I like that we all at this particular stage have decided to think or revisit Blok, because I honestly do not know why Blok is neglected. And from the angles that we approach this topic, you would see how capacious his mind was, because we approach it from the different angles. I enjoyed Siyabonga's one a lot, and then Dr. Mahala Simbiwe has a beautiful romance, which I had talked to him about. At least I know more about that. I am usually the one who goes to the archives, because when I write historical novels. But now I think we've heard a lot of facts about Blok's life. I want us to go now to a different angle of trying to mine his mind and with an imagination. So what I'm gonna do in my presentation, I wish to give an insight into the working process of what I call the literary biograph of Blok. And then with that, I want to highlight to you and share with you what I am thinking about. I'm currently slowly writing a literary biograph, what I call a literary biograph of Blok. So I want to share with you my thinking and my angles, where I want to go. And as I said, I think, for instance, Bloch has told us a lot about his life on Blame Me on History. So, and also there are much more better people who have researched his biographical facts than me. So I don't want to approach that angle. Instead, I'm going to learn from your Catherine and your Simpiwa about the facts. What I want to say, I want to thank also the Jayas for encouraging us to think about Bloch and giving us this platform. When I first talked to Dr. Ngulunga about this, I was very, very happy to find out that we were on the same space also. So I was very happy to be part of this. As I indicated, my interest in Bloch are more or less in studying his written work as literature. But because the mind of Bloch was capacious, he makes an avid reader of history in me and the study of human behavior in me very curious also. So all his sociological diversions that you find mostly on Blame Me on History, I want to think about those, and I want to find out the background of it and how it connects in it. I was very kind of impressed, not impressed, but surprised in a very lovely way when Dr. Crowell talked about the schizophrenic times that what we call now the drum era, the Sophia Renaissance, other people call it. And then I think Bloch is a best embodiment of his time, because Bloch in me was also a paradox to himself, which is why I have called this paper of mine, Blame Me on My Paradoxes. Why do I say that? Many will wonder why I called this presentation Blame Me on My Paradoxes. I mean, we know that Bloch wrote a very seminal book that it's still riveting on us as South Africans. We still, even now, I'm starting to believe that, but it's only now we're starting to understand the importance of what Bloch read, because initially we read it only as a, how can I say, as a mirror of the Sophia towns, and forgetting that how it reflects our times also as we live now. But I want to believe there is something deeper in what I'm trying to say when I say, but blame me on my paradox, because Bloch as a psychological mind interests me. And what I like about Bloch, I hear a lot of people, when they talk about Bloch, they talk about how he was so difficult to live with, how he... And then I try to ask myself, why do people find Bloch so difficult? And then the only answer I can find actually is that Bloch had a deep sense of his own self, insight into himself, and then he was married into that, and sometimes in a very, very kind of a selfish way, because you'd find out by he doesn't really, I won't say consider, but he listens to other people, but then it's very difficult whereby you find Bloch changing his mind, because he always thinks that by his own thinking is what is right at the end of the day. I mean, we can say Bloch's book, Blame Me on History, is a study of his broken relationships in life. On top of the list of those broken relationships is his father's, and who he loved and sometimes hated to love. He also admits his tragic death, that is his father's death, including the fact that he noticed on the last minute of his coffin that his father's coffin was written William Modisane, which is Bloch's name instead of his father's name, and then Bloch's name instead of his father. And he says by such things contributed in coloring his bleak outlook into life henceforth. And then we can see that Bloch, after that, he always trying to take himself like his head. You see when you read on the Blame Me on History, somebody was saying to me, oh, it's more like a shower of complaints, that book. But sometimes people do not understand Bloch, because when he was writing that book, he was writing from a position of woundedness. He felt wounded, and he used the destruction of Sophia Town as a metaphor for his life. So when he saw into Sophia Town, what was happening into Sophia Town, he personalized it, and he thought that was exactly what was happening into his life. But as bleak as Bloch tried, no matter how hard he tried to be bleak and melancholy, his thirst for life and what he calls, and quote, this gushing of energy, this intense drive for living to the brim, all the energy of each full time, of each full minute, of every hour, of every day, close quote, it kept gushing on him. So whenever, even when he wanted to be bitter, but life and the joyness of life kept gushing on him like spring water on a stone. And then Bloch despite himself, was aware of that he was hungry for life. And then it's a reason even why he wanted to leave South Africa, because he felt this place confines him into what he wanted to do in his life. He felt called into a life much bigger than he could achieve when he was here in South Africa. Secondly, in his throat-broken relationship is his wife, Vicky. For him, he blames himself for marrying in naivety and not being able to provide for and his daughter, Chris. The paradox of his love, its deep conflict with her personality, was also one of Bloch's driving force, at least before he left the country. He knew he could not stay in South Africa because the country was snuffing out the vitality out of his life. He knew if he didn't leave, he would be left in ruins like his beloved Sophia Town. But Bloch also, which is what fascinates me about Bloch, as much as he will go far on this side, and then he comes back and drags himself again, because Bloch, before as much as he knew that he needed to leave South Africa, but he had these anxieties about leaving the country still, because I call them immigration anxieties. And then he had opportunities. I mean, 3-5 years before he actually took it to leave, but he didn't leave because he also had these what I call immigration anxieties. Interestingly, the life of Bloch, to me, is a kind of an anomaly that I'm trying to study. Because say what you say with Bloch, Bloch was dissatisfied wherever he was. He was dissatisfied in South Africa. He thought his answers would be overseas. When he got to overseas, he became more miserable than he was in South Africa. So this is another paradox about Bloch that I noticed, which is why Bloch found means to escape, first in religion, second in music. I think Siyabonga touched that one on part. And third, in reading and writing, which was his real quintessential love. He loved reading and writing. And then together, with all other visual arts, because he loved cinema also. So these were his ways of escape. But at some stage, they themselves were not enough. I love how, I don't love it, but I become sad when he talks about how he would go to Indian cinemas, because the Indian cinemas were cleaner than the ones in Sophia Town. And then he would think that even when he got there, he has to humiliate himself, because the Indians themselves, that they had this underrated racism against blacks. Whenever there was a person of an African descent must be the last, they say, but there's no space, you understand? So there was these self-flagellations and this humiliation he went under, but because of his love for cinema also, because I think Bloch saw his life also. In a way, Bloch he saw himself as a main actor in his own life. And he was always looking at his life as an actor more than as being something that is real. He saw himself as a script writer in his own life. So it's very characteristic that he wrote a book like Blame Me on History, because that is him enacting his life, the way he disagrees with and the way he agrees with. Then when he thought about going in exile, he thought it would give him peace and provide answers for his non-fragmented sense of identity. Of course, as I said, this was not true. In the end, exile also is what devoured him. And what I noticed most about Bloch, I don't know those who know James Baldwin's writing. There's a similarity between James Baldwin's writing, because James Baldwin was always wrestling about his sense of identity. And he left the US, and he thought the US was what was suffocating him. And then he went to Europe, he stayed in Paris, he stayed in Switzerland. And only when he was outside of the US, he realized that he was in America. He tells us that. And that's actually the same mentality with Bloch when I think about it, because they were both wrestling with their identity, especially in exile. And then there's a part I love where Bloch, when he looks back on his life and blaming on history, he said, but of course, Bloch will always find an excuse for Bloch. And then when he has had somebody or he has done something, and when he can't explain something, and he said, quote, I was young, I was looking for a philosopher, I was searching for morality, I was looking for life. That's a beautiful, and that's how beautiful the insight that Bloch has, because he's got a beautiful insight into his own life. You understand, which I love. And then, I think I get amused about people talking, how can I say, not talking. They like to sweep under carpet Bloch's relationship with religion. And Katrina, you had said, I write for Southern Cross. I'm a Catholic, so for me, that's another part I look at in Bloch's life. His relationship with which is itself is fraught and is full of what you call, I don't want to call them contradictions, but the paradoxes. Your readers earlier on was very impressed because they read on that passage of the religion. I was very amused because most of the time when people talk about Bloch, they tend to push aside the religious side of Bloch. But listen to Bloch. I quote, I have renounced Christianity as a snare intended to rivet upon me those chains which have reduced me into a chattel placed in South Africa for the convenience of the white man. Close quote. And then now, Bloch again, a few pages after that, which is characteristic of Bloch, his double insight and his sense of honesty in everything when he says, and I quote, it is the disrepute into which Christianity has been brought which is responsible for my attitude. It is perhaps for this reason that I carry my Jesus in my heart and turn my back to the church. So when we read Bloch, in the end, he became anti-religious, but he never became anti-Christian. I do not think so. And then he himself says that, but there is a tendency in the Christian religion whereby these people who call themselves, who think that but they can be spiritual without being religious. And I think at that time in the 60s, 50s, 60s, it was very popular. And then Bloch bought into that also. I am not gonna argue his positioning in religion. I just want to listen to him and see where he's coming from and what he's talking about. Because, like, for instance, he says, by as much as he finds the man of cloth intolerable, and then he particularly loads the Calvinism because of its doctrine of what you call predestination, that as black people were predestined to be slaves of white people. And then he fascinates me in the sense that he took serious the nonsense about the children of Ham and all those things. But I understand during those times, everybody took that thing seriously. You understand? But his enduring love, though, his spirituality, let's say, and his idea of because he had a deeper connection with Christianity that he couldn't get rid of. And it's latent in his language, if you see, because he's always talking in metaphors, he's always talking in parables. And that's the person who grew up in Christianity. And so, like, it becomes external to you, even if, like, they say to us Catholic, no matter where the Jews and the Catholics, you can get rid of the religion, but you can never get rid of the culture and the guilt. It's always there because it's imprinted on you early on. And then I think Bloch was one of that. The culture was an extent in him, and because he loved, for instance, Father Trevor Huddleston, and then he says somewhere. He praises the Catholic Church for refusing, quote, to comply with the terms of Bantu education. So he subsequently take his young relatives to be schooling in the Catholic Church in Sophiatown. But the troubles, perhaps, if I may just touch on a little bit on it, Bloch had a similar problem that some of us have even now when we call ourselves Christian, because a Christian that has no works is a dead Christian. If you do not have good works and you do not work for justice, you cannot call yourself a Christian. And this was Bloch's kind of a quarrel with Calvinism and all that stuff, that you cannot act evil and still call yourself a Christian. You understand? And then you would remember how when he became Mr. Drum, the only time he became Mr. Drum, because Mr. Drum was always Ngumal. And then they gave him that slot when he went to investigate how a black person gets treated in white churches. And then that was the only time he actually became Mr. Drum. And the fascinating thing is this. Everybody keeps saying that Bloch was difficult to live with. Bloch was always quarrelsome and all those things. But Bloch lost that gig to Ken Temba, actually, because his editor says he was not aggressive enough. You understand? Which is quite funny for me. It doesn't correlate with this idea of an aggressive Bloch, always angry, and not unless we're trying to say perhaps Bloch feared white people, but I don't think so. And then, I mean, even when you consider his attraction to the ANC, actually not the ANC, the ANC Youth League, because he loved the ANC Youth League, because the ANC Youth League was challenging this malaise of non-action of their leaders, Olutuli, which makes Bloch very angry. But then come these young guys, Mandela and all that stuff, and Bloch was very impressed on that. And then comes the call of I think it was 1952, the labor boycott. It was supposed to be a three-day boycott. And then all the other townships didn't participate very well. Only Sophiatown participated. And then the police started killing people on Sophiatown. And then OR, who was then still a secretary of the ANC, wrote a letter and then says, but Sophiatown must abandon its strike. And Bloch was miffed. You understand? He said, but you are telling us that we must abandon after we've already been killed. Then what is the point of having started it? You understand? Because if you start it, continue with it. You want to go with it. And then so that's when actually that was the turning point for Bloch with the politics. And they said, but to hell with this. I'm going back to literature. I'm going back to writing. This thing is not for me. Yeah, not the politics. But then again now, at the beginning of, if you remember, at the beginning of Blame Me on History, Bloch makes it clear he regards the story of Sophiatown. Okay, I've talked about this. But then I want this part where he narrates how he got fired. Because it starts the book with how he got fired. And then characteristically of Bloch and his self-insight, he says, but had I had a little bit of humility, I'm sure I wouldn't have been fired. But you know how Bloch is. And then he narrates why and how he was fired from the Golden City Post newspaper he was working on at the time. And with characteristic insight, is aware that had he exercised a little bit humility, he might have been able to keep his job. But Bloch is not Bloch if he's not is not a character who writes and acts a script on the movie of his life that is a long trail of him burning bridges he needed to cross while walking away from them with a raised middle finger. That is Bloch. I understand. So. But he rather than him just admitting to himself and say, okay, even if I'm not wrong, but for the sake of my child, for the sake of my wife, let me just smother this mother F, and then so that I keep my job. But that sense of honesty and a sense of community and integrity, like he couldn't do that. He was like, I'd rather go to hell. You understand? And then he left the job. Yeah. His enduring love for Sophiatown is endemic on the book, though he recognizes himself that the place was a violent slum area. This is yet another of his life paradoxes. He probably agreed that it needed to be demolished, but missed its chaos of drunken promiscuity and musical jazz gambling as it was. But as much as Bloch thought that the Sophiatown needed to be demolished and refurbished, he thought what must be raised out of the dust of that demolition must still include them, the people of Sophiatown, and not them being taken somewhere else without their permission. Okay. And then I want to touch a little bit, although I think Lucas had touched on his journalism and literature, I want to combine those together because this is another thing I want to look at beyond this religion, beyond that, you understand? Many people talk about how difficult it was to live with Bloch. They mention his arrogance and all, which I find very hard to reconcile with the most self-deprecating author of Blame Me on History. I'm willing to admit that very few people get Bloch in his writing. He keeps a very deep sense of irony and a Socratic style of arguing. He was obsessively true himself. In fact, he had a neurotic attachment to his own sense of self, and that made him schizophrenic, kind of, which is why I was very glad when we talked, because, and as I said initially, I think Bloch was an embodiment of the schizophrenia of those times, and he himself knew all of that. There are a lot of antinomies of Bloch, but more interesting to me is the historical, the psychological, the intellectual, and the political prejudices that I suspect are what fed the public attitude for his infirmities to overshadow his literary genius. In my opinion, Blame Me on History should have been one of the founding texts and the lodestone for critical scholarship of the apartheid project, especially the hidden political prejudices behind its urban design and geography. That it didn't become that, I suspect, is owed to Bloch's radical intellectual independence that makes many people uncomfortable. Everything was fluid with Bloch. When new information came his way, he evolved according to its dictates. Like Heraclitus, he believed that change is the only constant. In a sense, that was his true constancy. It made him seem inconsistent, paradoxical, and contradictory to a superficial gaze. As a writer, one of our literary giants for that matter, Bloch is even more interesting beyond the so-called Sophia Renaissance Bloch. This is why it is such a surprise to me that he has been neglected in the South African literary canon. No one who has read the metaphoric, ironic, punchy, and ponderous prose of Blame Me on History can deny Bloch's literary genius. He was an accomplished writer of deep intellectual insight, and yes, he packed a wallop, so what? But that is mostly because in Blame Me on History, he writes from the position of woundedness, and he always had an axe to grind. We can't run away from that. Everyone and everything was a stumbling block to his goal and vision. With the same breath, his capacious soul and mind loves and is interested in everything despite himself. The most interesting part is that he was always willing to admit by testifying against himself that he is not a perfect person he wants to be. Bloch's thinking and writing style, as I have indicated, Bloch's thinking and writing style, views, and ability to capture the mirror of his era is one of the most interesting of any other autobiographically in the world. Without Blame Me on History, the literature and history of Sophia Town, from a layman's ordinary point of view, would be poor. We would never fully understand the living frustration of wrestling with the Levitian apartheid state by the living energy that we see in Bloch. And because he had a distinctive style of writing, I believe he was a little bit ahead also of his group. But as much as all of them, this has been talked, I think Dr. Mahala also mentioned it, this has been talked, the drum journalism, the style of writing, was what the American called the gonja journalism, and they were all influenced by that kind of writing. But for me, what casts Bloch aside a little bit is that though an autodidact, he had a deep interest in intellectual reading also. So his positioning is always thinking also philosophically, and that is what interests me on him, his psychological output and all those things. I don't know, Catherine, we talked about this a little bit, we touched on it yesterday. I am in two minds until now if we should be mentioning this, if it's worth mentioning. But because it has resurfaced, I also don't want people blaming us, saying that we are putting our heads under the sand as if we are ostriches. There has been, now and then, almost every 2 years or so, research is somewhere, whether in the UK or in America, that the CIA funded a lot of African writers and all and blah, 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 blah. It came out again last week. I saw it on the Business Day. And the person who was most attacked, or should I say affected, was Wallace Nyika. But it made me think of the Conference of African Writers of English that was held in Kampala, Makerere University in 1962. And then Bloch was invited there by Ezekiel Mpahlele. And as I said, whether he knew that the Congress of Cultural Freedom was an organization that was funded by CIA, for me, is neither here or there. I'll tell you what. For me, I'm interested more on the literal culture of things. And do I, when I read Bloch, Modisane, or Chino Achebe, or Wallace Nyika, Do I feel like these people are imperial askaris? No, I don't. You understand? So for me, it's like I'm worried also of this culture of always trying to treat us as children, as if we can't think for ourselves. And then you know this cancel culture, by even now, we always want to pull somebody down. The truth of the matter is, these writers existed at the time of the Cold War. America was trying to influence Asians and Africans against the influence of communism. So they put their money into it. Of course, we watch too much TV. So we think CIA is all about this spying and killing of spy and murdering foreign dignitaries and all those things. But the truth of the matter is that it is clear that the CIA had infiltrated a lot of organizations, institutions, and magazines. Some of them knew, some did not know. This, for me, also is neither there or here. Whether Bloch knew, he made a moral, personal decision that he's going to attend there. And then that's it. Personal is an operative word for me here. I might not agree with the decision, but it's a personal decision. And I even understand the position he was making that decision from, because at the end of the day, there is something within the ANC, they call that, by chap, you can't eat principles. When you cannot eat principles all the time, let's put it that way. So sometimes we have to balance things, and we have to be, how can I say it? We have to stop judging people, especially historical figures, by the sentiments and imperatives of our own times, because we are living in different times. And somebody's gonna wake up someday, maybe 50, 60 years ago, and said, but you know that guy who wrote a historical novel about the Xhosa chiefs resisting the British colonialism in the Eastern Cape? Yeah, which one? Ayman Mputumindabeni. Oh yeah, he was being funded by the Chinese. You understand? So what if I was funded by the Chinese? The Chinese are trying to fight the xenophobia that you see in the Western world. So if they want to influence Africans, they put their money into it so that Africans can look at them as people instead of this suspicion that the West look at Chinese with. So, but by the way, let me categorically state I'm not being funded by the Chinese. I'm too poor to be funded by anybody else. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way, because I understand Dr. Johan Davis also will present here tomorrow on Betty Head. And then she's one of the writers also that was mentioned there. And it doesn't end there. Chuna Achebe also is mentioned. I mean, almost everybody we think was an African, a serious writer is mentioned there most of the time. Whether there is substance on the argument, I think there is. The only thing perhaps I would, let me put it this way, I get worried when writers, especially living writers who are mentioned there, react with a panicky that suggests that they are guilty as charged. So I get a little bit worried when it's that. And at the end of the day, to be honest, I don't even think it's a big deal. Perhaps other people would think that I'm a sellout because I don't think it's a big deal, but I honestly don't think it's a big deal. If they had propagated American imperialism and all that stuff, then that would be a different thing. And then I would be like, this is why they were saying all these things, because they were getting paid. You understand? And anyway, we are here about Bloch, and we are here about drum. Let me conclude. And do not worry. The book I'm planning is not as dour as I'm I'm making it sound. What I want to show is why I think Bloch deserves to be the moral anchor for our analysis, especially against the apartheid expansionism that learned its lesson well from the colonial roots it was founded on. Most of all, I hope this will be a fun literary book and not a scholarly misery one, whereby we are told about the number of trips Bloch made to that, or he had sex with so much, and then he did that, and all that stuff. We want to look at Bloch's life, the living life, and we want to speculate from an informed imagination why he acted this way, why he said this. So for me, as I want to again emphasize this, I am much more interested in what Bloch himself wrote, not what people have written about him. This is why most of the time I hardly ever read even any commentary on Bloch. And what I listen to and read is just the facts. I want just to know the facts. Because I want to make up my own mind of who Bloch was. I'm interested in the literary commentary of his work and the psychological man behind that work. I want to know what informed that chest-banging twaddiness of his. Even historians understand that history is richer when seen from the margin of an individual life, and this is what I want to do. I want to look at that history from his point of view, from his life. And nowhere is this aptly demonstrated by a literature of Sophiatown as it is in Blame Me on History. In a nutshell, I am even more interested in seeing other drum writers of Sophiatown era through the wonderful eyes of Bloch, who, despite the notoriety of being a difficult character, always has nothing but self-deprecating kindness when he talks about them in his book, Blame Me on History, especially Ken Temba and Henry Nxumalo, whom he had tremendous respect for, whom I think comes out as if they were his favorite. Thank you.
Yo, it doesn't stop. There's so much. I just have to read that quickly because it's really nice. In the chat in Zoom, it's like hot. People say Imperial Ascaris. That is so funny. So I think you have yourself a fan club here. Thanks so much for speaking to the complexity of all of that, and for taking up the terms that have been flying around in the room since we started off this afternoon, especially the, how shall I put it, psychological terms like schizophrenia. I was also wondering if you would address Frans Fanon and what he's been saying about colonialism and the mind and what it does. I'm wondering to read Modisane in that light or to hear someone speak to that. Are there any direct questions to the last speaker that we would like to address before we go into fusing everything up? Gentlemen, something from your side? No, okay. Then let me try to recapitulate what we've been talking about in the course of the last hours. We started off with a reading from Blame Me on History that Theatre Duo put together, or better said, that the Sophiatown Arts Collective has been curated to be read by Theatre Duo. And it was interesting how the particular moments from Blame Me on History that are conventionally not so popular have been really speaking to the last presentation, the dilemmas with Christianity and with belief systems. We've been starting off to ask, like, is it important to stress the individual voice of the writer, or should we see writing of that generation or of the colleagues or of the club as a collective effort? And we heard some comments that say we really have to focus on what the individual voice was doing, but in a choir, as we had it with the paper by Spivo Mahala, that goes transnational and that connects different continents as well. First then we had Lucas Etwaba speaking about beyond the headlines, about journalism. And there was one question coming up that I would just love to share and hope that our dear participants can respond to. It was about asking for, 1 second, let me just read it out to you. It was asking for, Silindile was asking, I would like to know if he thinks, so Lucas, that's for you, South Africa still has journalists who are of the caliber of Ken Temba, Blog Modisane, etc. It would be great if you could mention a few. If not, what does he think are some of the reasons for that? Also, what are his thoughts on the current state of journalism in South Africa and how aspiring journalists can be taught and mentored better to thrive in an environment that prioritizes the digital? So like a big question that connects to the contemporary that Lucas perhaps could answer in a second. Then we had Siyabonga talking us through and inviting us to delve deeper into the Disc Time music column by Blog Modisane. And I have it in my ear that he was citing Modisane saying, you can quote me on that, which is something I would love to do with all the writers here and the thinkers that are together here. And that connects, I think, beautifully to something we want to do tomorrow when we talk about how to sound out the complexity and perhaps the brokenness and the contradicting moments in a work. We have tomorrow Tumi Mokorosi speaking to how he wants to approach the work of Modisane with a beautiful headline for now. It's called The Sonic and the Requiem for Bloke, Echoes of William in Bloke. And that perhaps is something that connects also to the last paper, to what we've been hearing about the different personalities in one writer's person. Oh, I hear myself double. This is nice. Such a treat. Then we had Spivo Mahala talking about the relations between Blog Modisane and Langston Youth under the flag of bromance and joint creation. And Tumi was talking us through Blame Me on My Paradoxes. So what a rich panel also this afternoon. And I also found the remarks on healing that were made and healing and addressing the wound so important. And because it's my favorite quotation, I will just read it out to you. Perhaps we can work with that. It's a quotation by Ocean Wong, who wrote in On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. I believe the wound is also the place where the skin re-encounters itself, asking of each end, where have you been? So yeah, a beautiful metaphor about brokenness and the possibilities to reconnect, perhaps, if addressing the wound. What I would love to do now is to give the floor to our speakers again for seeing or telling us what they saw as connections in our round of contributions. But perhaps Lucas could start off addressing, if you are here, sorry, I don't see the Zoom channel right now, addressing the question that was posed by Silindile about other journalists like Ken Temba and Blog Modisane around, and what would what would be helpful for young journalists coming up? So very straightforward question. Perhaps you could reply to that, dear Lucas. Let me, how do I do that now? Let me look at my screen to see if it's
I wonder if Natasha would have the appetite to respond to that.
Sorry?
Now, this was a perfect example of hijacking. I'm very convinced that it is not possible to answer that question. The blokes and the handling malos, etc., were products of their context. And you can't take that and say, today's journalists are not doing what they were doing, because it's a completely different world. The thing that came to me as we were talking throughout the day is how broken we are. And that's an issue that nobody has ever tackled. As a nation, we are broken, whether white or black or whatever. And the examples we keep looking at, like your Ken Tambers, your bloke Mudisanis, just highlight exactly what we are suffering from. And I haven't seen anybody look at that specific issue. And I think it's, now that it has been raised so sharply today, I think it's something I'd love to look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that answer and for the hint that where the work is. Oh yeah, no problem. I do that all the time. And it's really yours. It's not mine. No mask swapping here. Yeah, I mean, thank you so much to hinting us to where the work lies. There's one more comment in the chat here that I would love to address, because I think it concerns our relation and the work we are doing here in Sophiatown as well. There's one question calling, I put it just here. No one has spoken about the German period of Modisane's lives. Is it too broad to ask about the significance of Bloch's years in Germany to his philosophies and intellectual development? I think it's a very important question, and we're going to address that in the month to come. Modisane was working as an actor, as a playwright for radio, as a writer, as a journalist when he was in Germany as well, trying to find his feet in the German scene. He learned German, my home language, while he was living in the country. And what I found particularly interesting, and I really think worth considering in the general writing about Modisane, is that, to my mind, or to my understanding, or what I could read out of the archives and out of the material I have had access to, is that wherever he went, he tackled the question of racism and segregationism, not as something that is particularly South African, but as something that is systemic and runs deeper than one country alone. And that, in my understanding, made him not the most popular author in Western Germany at that time, because it is always written like he died in West Germany, as if it's a country that would still exist somehow. So he died in Dortmund in 1986, which was then West Germany. And to hint to that fact, to the then divided country, is locating us into a very historical period where Germany has not started yet, and I would say it also hasn't started that now to address its whiteness and its internal racism. So he came into a scene that required a voice like his, but wasn't, I would say, wasn't really ready to engage the complexity of such a writer. He has been working with theater makers, particularly in the town of Dortmund, where he was staying for a while, and also was heard on airplay in Germany. But I wonder if yeah, I wonder. There's much more to explore in that, but I wonder if that scene was ready for the complexity. And we had the work of brokenness here, which is not to make an experience small or to just talk about fragility, but to talk about the levels of systemic violence that people like Blood Modisane experienced in their life. So I think the German time was important in his life, very important, and there's much more work to be done. There's also research notes that we saw that he was working on addressing German colonialism, which is an important thing to do still today in my country. And yeah, so I would, Joanne, you were asking that question. I think these years are of significance, but we need to do a bit more work to be able to really contextualize them, because they are still I think the most under-researched, which also has to do with the question of archives. Going further in the list of comments, because now it doesn't stop. Okay. Everyone's enjoying that so much. That is very beautiful for us to hear, of course. Louis was sharing a comment by Susanne. Thank you so much for your fascinating presentation. I wonder if you think his famously difficult attitude was in part intellectual insecurity, the kind of insecurity that is common among autodidacts. Many autodidacts, no matter how brilliant, lack the kind of confidence that comes with the institutional approval. It has degrees, certificates, etc., bestowed by so-called experts. This is a question for you, I would think. Would you like to respond to that?
No.
No.
Actually,
no.
No, don't make me unkind. I wasn't responding, I was agreeing.
Oh.
Yes, actually, yes, thanks for that. I thought it was a comment. I wasn't responding, I was agreeing it. Okay. I know that many autodidacts are like that because, and also their education, no matter how brilliant it is not structured. So they pick something there, they pick another thing there. So sometimes the things don't gel together. But I suppose we can't all be academics. So it's also wonderful, the creative chaos you see in blaming me on history. It's because you can feel that it comes from the heart rather than from the head. And sometimes that is quite necessary also. And then I want to talk a little bit about what that Joe was mentioning about the brokenness. That's the part myself I picked on Bloch, that he was a deeply broken man. And most people, for some reason, only concentrate on his anger, which I think was justified, because he personalized everything, including apartheid and the demolition of Sophia Town. He just personalized it. You see his life on it. And then it came at a time when his life was on a cul-de-sac also. And then, so he felt that what was happening to Sophia Town was also happening to him. So it's very nice to perhaps try and get a way of a look at those things, which is why I'm not a psychologist and all those things, but I like to study human behavior. And then I'm honestly, I won't lie to you, as you can see, I'm fascinated by Bloch's mind, how it works. Is what do you call that bed that collects everything to build its nest? I forgot that. There's the bed that collects shiny stuff. Oh, yeah. It's not a crow. It's it just excites me. Then it makes nest out of that. And to me, Bloch is like that. It's like he had a capacious mind, and then nothing that was human didn't touch him. And he was interested in everything, and sometimes disinterested in everything, because he was a depressive also. yeah. So, but this is why I found him quite interesting, and we haven't had that kind of a writer in South African literature canon. Actually, we have, We've just been ignoring him. That's what I'm trying to say. And so I'm very happy with what is happening here, what Dr. Sipho Mahala are doing. I think the last speaker said, but perhaps the time of bloke has come. Yeah, we need to look at it and let the 1,000 flowers blow on bloke.
Is it a magpie?
Yes, it's a magpie. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is exactly what I wanted to bloke to me is like a magpie. He collects everything. Everything he sees that's shiny, and then he puts it into a nest, and then somehow finds a way of building himself a home, and then he looks at this home, and then he kicks it again, because he's dissatisfied about everything all the time. And then there's that sense of, I don't know, it comes back to what Ndata was saying, the sense of woundedness sometimes. It's like when something is broken and it cannot come together again. I think he had a very beautiful vision about his life. And then he thought his life was into something, and then suddenly things fell apart. And this is what perhaps we sometimes don't consider when we consider what apartheid did to us. We tend to think in national psyche and all that stuff and forget about the individual psyches, and then we don't understand perhaps why as a nation we're such a violent nation. And then is it because we never addressed our woundedness? And then unlike Germany, whereby it became kind of mandatory, free to go to this free session, like South Africa, we just said, but, oh, it happened in the past, so let's move on. Let's move on, and understand? And then nobody's talking about the walking wounded that we see on the street. Nobody can understand why we're such a violent nation. Perhaps is it because of these unaddressed issues? I don't know. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just asking, colleague. I disagree a bit, but we can talk about that later again, about Germany's commemoration and political education practices, because when I was hinting to colonialism and whiteness, these are things that aren't addressed, and they run very deep, so we will, yeah, but this is it's a long story. Colleague, would you like to make a comment, or?
Okay. You give me a choice. Thank you, colleague. One of the things that really fascinate me about Bloke Motisane is that he was a very complex character, as fallible as many of us are. And I think that kind of character makes for a good reading, which is why I look forward to having an edited volume, or contributing rather to that volume. Because if you look at Bloke, he was, to concur with the previous speaker, Push, he was wounded, he was angry. But we are able, there is a way of tracing where that anger comes from. This is a man who, as a young boy, saw the battered remains of his father. Generally, your father being sworn at is hurting. Your father being instructed by anyone to do work, even if it's their boss, that sort of denigrates your image of them. But to actually see your father having been killed by another man and seeing that man definitely would leave something in you. So Bloke was angry, no doubt about it. He had to take care of his family as a young boy after his father died. His mother had to open a shebeen to support the family. So he was exposed to all sorts of things that go with running a shebeen. So the psychology of such a person is evident in Bloch as an adult. Again, when you know, the very title of his autobiography, Blame Me on History, does not exonerate himself. He somewhat takes responsibility for some of the decisions he makes, but it also shows that some of the deep wounds that were inflicted by the system of the time, because Blame Me on History is as much about the travesty of justice as much as it is about the land question, because the forceful removal of people, Bloch's family included, from their area of residence. Bloch Modisane was born in Sophiatown, and as he grew up, as he was an adult now, all of a sudden government told him that we have a new rule. Black people must be moved away from here. So definitely anger was there in Bloch, and it is justified. And him leaving his home country, again, you know, it was not going on holiday. It was to wage a fight to the system out of the country. Yes, Bloch managed to establish relationships when he was outside the country, as evident in what we're talking about, his relationship with Langston and with Langston, who was in the US while Bloch was in England. But again, their correspondence, I mentioned this, that over time, Bloch disappeared. There were two scenarios when Bloch disappeared. On the one hand, he disappeared when he did not have a place to stay, because being out of job, he was unable to pay for his accommodation. And therefore, any letter that Langston or anybody else who tried to get hold of him could not reach him, because he had fought with his what's the word? With the owner of the apartment. But also, when things were going well for Bloch, he got too busy and forgot about his friend, who was now elderly and who was now running out of gigs, as we put it. Because Langston, as I said, by that time he had lost his TV show. He no longer, Symbol had been discontinued, while Bloch's career was rising. So there is also that element that whereas Langston was always there at the most difficult times for Bloch, but Bloch, when he started his career as an actor was thriving, it was really difficult for him to make time for Langston. And they moved, for instance, from writing several times in a month to writing to Langston only once in 6 months. So those are some of the dynamics in their relationship, and also in Bloch's character. He was quite a very complex one. Thank you. Okay, as we conclude, we're gonna once again request Ndate Sol Rashilo, who was in Sophiatown, who had interactions with some of these guys, I believe, including Bloch. So he will give us his closing remarks. also. Thank you.
We have one of the last but one speaker who spoke broadly and succinctly on a human figure called Bloemfontein. It so happened that as a professional worker at the time, as a social welfare worker, staying in Sofia Town with Bloemfontein and his residence called Sunset Boulevard, I was 2 streets down in Mayor Street. We had gone to see a movie called Street with No Name, starring the late, great Richard Widmark. And when the movie was over, bloke called me on the side and he says to me, "Hey boy, do you know what's going on at Docker?" I said, "No, I don't know. But you pass there every day as a social welfare. Come tomorrow because there is an audition of a play by this guy from UCT called Ethel Fugard. He has come over to try and audition his actors for a new play, new production called No Good Friday. We'll meet there, right?" I said, "Yeah, sure, we'll meet there." Then following day at about 6 in the evening, I found quite a number of actors who had come over to be auditioned for Ethel Fugard's first play called No Good Friday with his actress wife, Sheila. Then as the issues went on, there a bloke called me on the side and said to Ethel, "Why don't you try, because this fellow, because now I spoke to him yesterday after seeing the movie Street with No Name at Odin. He says, what part do you think we may engage him on?" I said, "No, I mean, you said there is only one actor that is remaining to team up with Zakes Mukai, who was also born in Sofia Town and became our first South African black actor to be on Broadway, later to be processed to Hollywood." I said, "All right, we have you bloke to do the part of Shaq. Then I think we can slot Rachilo as the second thug after Zakes Mukai." Then the process went on with the auditions. They gave us the script with Zakes. We started going through the play. After half an hour, they called us to try and emulate the part of the characters that we were given. And I was told that I was accepted to be the second thug after Zakes Mukai, and Bloemfontein playing the part of the gang, the gangster who's leading this mob that is controlled by him, conducting protection for all the shopkeepers under their influence in Sofia Town. That is how I've realized that the last but one speaker, he highlighted some of the things that just come to my mind that people might not have been aware that among the things that the late Bloemfontein is so good at, there's only one. As a professional actor that he was so good at. And the play was produced at Doke House, and it became a yardstick in the fraternity of the actors. That is what I would like to highlight amongst the good things that the last but one speaker spoke so vividly on, and highlighting the capacity and the capabilities of one man in so many dimensions of his capable life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's an important point. And we can't wait to hear more about that when we actually go to Sofia Town, because now the team that is here at Jaya's, sorry, Zoom, we do it next time with everyone. But we will go to Sofia Town now and go to the historic place where all of this happened, what we've been talking about. And we'll continue the conversation there, but not without bringing it back to our shared virtual table tomorrow. I can just repeat the praise and the gratitude that is in the diverse chat rooms. So people really enjoy the conversation. I think it's an important one that we are starting here, and we will continue. Let me just say thank you again for people who've been on this panel. Thank you to Theatre Duo, to Billy and Mahlatsi. Thank you to Lucas Letuaba so much. Siyabonga, thank you so much for that beautiful talk you were given. Thank you, Spivo, for being here all day and also talking about romance. And thank you to Tini for sharing the thoughts on the paradoxes in the work and also hinting us to religion, which is something interesting to talk about furthermore. Thank you, of course, to our dear keynote speaker. Thank you also to Sarah Chiu for being here and being here all the time with us, making this encounter really richer. To make you taste a bit of tomorrow and be hungry for tomorrow, I just want to share what's on the menu for us tomorrow from 9:30 onwards, because we have another full day. We will have a focus on 2 more writers of drum. We will have Sandile Ngidi talking about Louis Nkosi and the search for musicality. We will have Tami Nakasa speaking about preserving the legacy of Nat Nakasa. We will have Reza Naidu, talking about challenging the apartheid representation of the South African Indian via Drum magazine in the 1950s. We will have a lunchtime screening of the film Drum, directed by Zola Maseku and produced by Dumisani Tlamini tomorrow at 12, lunchtime. And then we have a panel that makes me extremely happy, which is going to be about way more than songbirds, the women artists of drum. So we will have Joanne Davis, who helped us here. Thank you for the name of the bird. Thank you, Joe. That was helping, the magpie. So Joanne Davis will be speaking about In Search of Bessie Emery, tracing Bessie Head's career as a journalist. Then we will have Dr. Oh, sorry, I'm horrible. I always leave some, I add some doctor titles and I leave some out. Apologies, colleagues. So then we have Dr. Kula Mazibuko Msimang talking about drum and the birth of the mega divas of Sophiatown, which I'm highly looking forward to. Then we have Susanne Clausen joining us talking about the book Freedom Writer, Remembering Jubi Mayet, and we talked about her already today. She's also on our poster, so that will be fantastic. And then we have joining us from Paris, Margot Laverne, talking about ordinary icons, James Barner's Drum Girls in the West African editions of the magazine, which is going to be so important because drum is not a South African story. It's a worldwide, but it's also a West African story. Then we will have 2 conversations. One is called The New Africans, a freewheeling conversation with Bongani Madondo and Sol Rachilu, which we have been pre-recording on Monday, which is on fire, I promise you. And then we have a conversation about A Matter of Access, archival issues, the Sonic, and Requiem for Bloke, Echoes of William in Bloke, which will bring together Yavini Naidu, Robert Machiri, Tumi Mokhorosi, Tinashe Musha Kavanyu, and myself, and then we have a full day and a Saturday night. But before all of that, it's Friday, and I can just say thank you from our heart, from the conveners. I think it was a beautiful day. Do you agree, or? So Spivo agrees, Bongani agrees. It was a beautiful day. We started something really powerful here, I think. So let's continue, take that conversation to Sophiatown and to the tables and to the music. For all of us who are somewhere else in the world, thanks for making the time. We know it's a hard time to be on screens all the time, but it's a way of connecting for us. And thank you. We really appreciate the work and the time and the love. So see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.